07 or something like that.
We're not asking for the bitch's name.
You wanted to have her.
So hold on, you're just proving the point, right? So it kept getting sealed. So the administration never even acknowledged that there were sealed records. You understand?
That's a different. That's executive. I mean, that's a completely different legal process.
King, do you think? Hold on. Do you think that the Trump administration didn't realize that the people that voted for him were not serious about this? That they were kind of joking around? So why would this happen? Why would Bobby come forward?
Of course they know we're joking around. Let me say something.
Bruce. Let me say something. Respectfully, and Bruce, shut the fuck up for 3 seconds. Let King Nav answer the question, then you can go.
Alright, add me to the queue when you get a chance.
I will. You're in the queue.
So Ricky, I think he knew that it was going to be an issue. I think the problem is, look, if it was Matt Gaetz in office, I think Matt would have done it right away. I think Matt wouldn't care if he lost his legal license or what the process is. I think he just wouldn't care. Unfortunately, Pam Bondi does care, right? Good or bad, she cares, right? And so that is the problem, is that Trump wasn't aware of the legal process in going through this stuff. Ryan just said it perfectly, right? He said, hey, initially it was sealed. It was supposed to be released in 2024, which the administration never told the people also, which, they told about so many other things, but they never told about that. And then it got sealed again. And I think Trump's expectation was on day one when he signed the executive order that I'm going to tell Pam Bondi to release it, and she's going to release it just like the MLK files, just like everything else, which also...
Okay.
Alright, so I'm going to say something. So I'm the Times Square shark, if you see the Shark Tank. I'm kind of like a mini shark. All I can say is that obviously there's a lot of people that don't want to be, exposed from this, and they're hiding it to a great degree. And it's, the bigger question is Trump, co-conspirating with the Satan-worshipping cabal? And he probably is. Like, it seems like we're in a total Zionist reality here. And yes, we're going to hide the Epstein files as well as empower Israel to destroy Iran and all this shit. So, I don't think you're going to get a lot from this, man. You're going to get a lot of cover-up. You're going to get a lot of bullshit. And you're not going to get anything out of them because they won't release it because they're going to cover their...
Oh, sorry. That was my mistake. That was my mistake. Hold on, I hit the wrong button. Go ahead. You know what?
That's fine.
I'm trying to do some research real quick. That was my
That's
mistake.
fine. They're going to... Trump may be in the disclosure himself, but even if he isn't in a disclosure himself, he doesn't want to expose other people just so he can look good.
So you think
who knows what the fuck they're doing? Who knows what they really are? Are they even human? Are they even, who knows? We don't even know.
Are they dancers?
They're fucking straight up aliens behind closed doors making bullshit things. You can't even imagine what they're doing.
Times Square.
Look up something called...
Hold on, shut the fuck up.
Stop telling people to shut the fuck up, dude.
No, you stop, Bruce. You fucking drunken retard. I'm talking to Times Square right now. And what I'm asking him is, he just said some things that made a little bit of sense. I want you to tell us how it makes sense that Donald Trump would be hiding.
Breathe, doctor. You're not even a doctor. I don't even know why you call yourself a doctor.
Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. All right. Now, the Times Square. I heard your theory, right? And I want to know how this relates to us being pissed off at our president, Donald Trump, for not releasing what his idiotic attorney general said was 7 terabytes of porn videos with children. What are we supposed to do with that, Mr. The Times Square? What are we supposed to do with that? She said she had it on her desk. Now she doesn't. What are we supposed to do about that?
And Alan Dershowitz also said that he couldn't say anything. He couldn't release the list because
it's powerful elite people that don't want to be exposed, and they have the most money and the most power on earth.
So like,
And so if you're dealing with the people that have the most money and the most power on earth that do not want to be exposed, it's going to be challenging.
Okay,
right?
So that's it. They just have the most money and the most power.
Okay, Ricky,
you're saying
interesting
that
fact.
it doesn't exist. You're saying that
I just want to say something. You know that Elon Musk's brother was introduced to a girl they dated for like 5 years by Jeffrey Epstein. And I think everyone is talking about. Notice how when the list no longer quote unquote existed, the actual list, like there is no actual list, then everyone is saying release, because they know that maybe what if there is no actual list of names of people that were on the island? Okay, all right, that were on an actual list of people that were on the island. All right, that's cool. An actual list of people who are on the list of people who are seen on, like he has lists of people who are on the flight logs. They have those kinds of lists, but he doesn't actually have a list, right? Well, what if that's the case, right? And so people are saying release the list because they know there's no such list to release. Does that make sense? Come up.
I don't know what that nonsense was, but what I can say is that obviously there's very powerful people, and what you have to deal with is the Satan worshiping people, because the Satan worshiping people have in their purview this whole thing of human sacrifice, right? Mm-hmm. And that's part and parcel with this whole thing. So until you see who those people are, and they don't expose them for whatever they are. They're non-human entities. There are non-human entities that are doing human sacrifice, and this is a subset of that.
People are not the problem. They're not there.
Black people are the scapegoat.
Yeah, and they are a problem.
Of course they are, because black people are the scapegoat. That's the way bottom of the barrel,
Well, they are, but they are the problem, but I don't think they're the problem in this case. They are a problem. It's not
black people, obviously their children are subject to be sacrificed or whatever through the system. And used for the adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is something that is. They're non-human entities, like eating human people, and that's what the fuck is going on.
That's not what we would consider black people, bro.
What do you have to say about this?
Black people are humans.
We love them. They're American citizens. But there are some of them that are not American citizens that are eating the dogs. They are eating the cats. Hold on. And they are.
You mean the Haitian people?
Well, it's Haitian.
The Haitian.
Somali.
And then you got now with the Haitian people, you have a voodoo worshiping problem.
You do have that.
So you have a voodoo worship problem with them.
They've been exposed to Japan for 300 years. Alright, let's let concrete go.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead, concrete. I'm sorry that you got removed from the room. That was not right, and I apologize.
for your support in this very
Yeah, he did support you.
dealing with the fake Caucasians. Anyway,
Yeah, he's a real Caucasian.
the time.
I'm real.
Did he leave? Yeah, the Times is on to something because he clearly understands the guy, the Times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, you gotta stop with the ad-libs, brother. Please and thank you.
Yeah, well, I have
It's very distracting. It's very distracting. It's very.
I know you
not
can do it. I
entertaining.
believe in you.
Just calm down, bro.
I believe in you. You can do it.
You know what? You making the show about you, and that's not how to make an entertaining show. You're doing what Pepe does. So do you want to engage?
It's a little different.
Do you want the crowd to engage, or do you want to just be about you?
I want you to talk.
All right, please go on mute. Thank you. Please stop ad-libbing. Okay. All right, I guess we're at an impasse. You got it, brother. Show's about you.
Okay? If you're not willing to speak, you can go down to the audience. Hold on a second, I'll put you in. I get hyped for you to come back up.
People that came in.
Yo, Matt, look at him trying to use his powers. What a faggot. You're a Pepe part 2, bro. You're a faggot. Go ahead, move me down. Because you want to be a bitch. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna move you down. I'm just gonna speak over
So
you.
stop being an asshole.
Listen, I'm asking you to speak.
I'm asking you to stop ad-libbing whilst I speak.
I'm just. Go ahead.
Be a fucking gentleman. Don't be a faggot bitch like Pepe. Yeah, anyway. So the Times Square has a point. He obviously sees that this is not about social, racial issues, that it's about the rich. And what's so interesting is the Times. How do you know it's not about stupid social, racial issues and you know it's about the rich? How did you figure that?
Well, that's a great question. I have a wonderful answer. It's from living in very rich places, right? I lived in the Hamptons for a couple of years, and I lived in Greenwich, Connecticut as well. And what I can say is, like, you see the vibe of these people, and they're just, like, totally checked out, just, like, weirdos, and they don't care about anything of reality. They just care about, what they want to do for themselves. And actually, the last thing I'll say, I mean, when I was out at dinner in the Hamptons, and I was at the bar, and I sat next to this guy, and he said, you know what? I know about all this, what's happening with P. Diddy, and I know the next, group of people that's going to go down from this. And he was a chef in the Hamptons, and he said he made $30,000 a day. Dude. So you're making $30,000 a day, and you know the next stuff what's going to happen, man. So I don't know. It's just a bunch of rich weirdos.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's a liar. But he's a liar.
I'm not a liar. It's my own experience. I'm not going to tell you where I was. I'm not going to tell you who said that. I'm not going to tell you who that was.
You're gonna get to talk. Have you ever lived in Jamaica Estates? Have you ever lived in Gordon Heights? Do you know anything about the rest of the country except the retired wealthy people that you lived around in Greenwich?
Well, I'm from Pennsylvania, so I've lived in the woods, and my family grew up hunting and fishing, and chilling on the holler. I'm just white trash related, dude. That's it. And I speak really from my heart, and I'm telling you my real experience. So,
I'm not questioning, but I'm wondering, right? Because I'm white trash as well. I'm wondering where you're getting the part that connects these other people groups, not the fake whites like yourself, but what connects the other people groups in this country, the major people groups, to your conversation. You just said you literally have spent your life around people from the Hamptons. Thank you.
He was literally just saying his experience. And he said, I'll give it up to people. So I like that.
It's his lifestyle.
I mean,
Do you know what those people are?
Bella, he was intimidated by it. That's why he responded so nigga.
No, I'm a New Yorker. I understand what he's talking about.
I don't give a fuck where you're from. I don't give a fuck if you're Latino, you're orange, you're yellow, purple. That's not what that means.
Okay.
My name is
No, he wasn't minding his own business. What he was talking about was New York. And I'm asking him how he knows where the rest of this comes from. So far, he told us he spent his whole life around rich people. And I would like to hear from him.
Oh, he didn't
How do
say
you
that.
know? But the places he lived are
He
all
lived there
rich.
for a couple of years, bro.
Okay,
Literally.
alright, Concrete, sorry. Where else have you lived, sir?
Well, I'm from Pennsylvania. I lived in California for many years. I lived in the Hamptons for a couple of years. And now mainly I live around New York and
What can
Connecticut.
you bring us? What other perceptions can you bring us?
I mean, well, I think I kind of gave you the truth of it, man, is that there are very rich, powerful people that, like, this whole thing is about, control and power, like, these people want power and control, and they will do anything to have it. And so, be discerning and be skeptical of people that want ultimate power and ultimate control and don't care who gets in their way.
So we get the power part. We get that they're rich and they have a lot of influence. The part that I don't get is what makes you think, right? They have power, they have control, they can buy what they want. What makes you think that these are the people who control your day-to-day?
Well, for me, they kind of don't because I know their games and I look like one of the people that could, influence them. And so they
Like a real
don't deal with me. They don't deal with me as well as you'd like because I'm kind of like a Robin Hood, man. I'm kind of an infiltrating person, I'm a contributor in their environment.
Are you?
Look at my picture. Do you see my picture?
Yeah, I do, but I can't tell.
But that's what I look like. That's
But
what
are you? I'm asking you. Are you a real white? Hold on, right? 2 seconds.
Yes, I'm mostly German. I'm mostly Aryan German. Like, I'm as white as it gets. I'm American royalty. German, French, Irish.
What I'm picking up from Dr.
Hold on, Concrete. Hold on, Concrete. We really have to, and then you can go, and I will listen to you. I have to understand what this man thinks is a real white. So you say that you look like that, you act like that.
But my ancestors have been in this country for hundreds of years. How long have your ancestors been in this country?
Less than 100 years. That's why I'm asking.
So are you first generation? Are you second generation immigrant? What is your nationality?
My mom's from Ireland and my grandparents are from Italy, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay, Irish and Italian. Of course, dude. The perfect hunter.
Of course.
The perfect person to ask me about myself.
Would you? I'm not answer. Yeah, just answer. I'm not asking you to try to.
So you're first generation in this country.
It's just
But your mom is.
Could I jump in
Your
for a
mom
second?
came from Ireland.
No, you cannot jump in. Hold on, Miss.
Your mom came from Ireland, so you're first generation.
Please be quiet. I'm not trying to say I'm better than you. What I'm trying to say is I'm probably worse than you as an American representative. I'm just telling you where I'm from. What makes you think that you are in the vicinity of the real whites? Like, what makes you think that your experience is something that
Because my ancestors, unlike yours, have been in America for a couple hundred years, and you, as an Irish immigrant, have been here like first generation. You're not. Okay, so then you're first generation. So what the thing is like what Trump did. So what if we gave a policy that said
What is your lineage?
German, French, Irish, English, and Swedish?
Okay. Okay, cool. You're in mud.
Yeah, some
How
Western
long
European
has
mud.
people been? So you've been here longer than me.
Several hundred years.
Okay, all right, good. Go ahead. Tell us what you think.
So the bottom line is if you're an Irish immigrant, okay.
I'm not talking about me. What is your opinion?
Well, we're only talking about you.
We know that I'm trash. We all know that.
Okay, we know the church. Okay, if you say you're trash, then
We're trash. We're lucky to be here. We are lucky to be here. I want
all right, awesome. I'm done.
Understands. You are the leader of the country. We are trash, and I 100% agree with that.
Good, so do what I want. Shut the fuck up and let's move on.
Okay, we will do that. As long as you can justify it.
Alright. Was there...
Are you done, doctor? Because this is getting boring.
This is only getting boring for fake black people. It's not getting boring for the people.
Are you a real white? How long you been here? What's your mix?
I'm not a real white.
Listen, doctor. You're probing for weakness, and it was boring because there was nothing you can do.
Hold on.
Come, bro. You gotta stop hogging the mic, bro.
No,
Are you inebriated, bro?
Can you hear something real quick? There is something that we have to do that has to delineate the real whites, like this man that is speaking, from 90% of the other people that are considered white in this country. So if he wants to grab the mantle, amen, go ahead. I'm just saying there's a difference. I will shut up.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. Look, bro. What I'm trying, because real whites versus non-real whites is very subjective. If you have a definition for real white, I'm sure there's gonna be somebody else. Bro, you gotta control yourself a little bit.
I'm gonna go on.
As a white guy, I've heard of this term, real white, like.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, let me just make this point. Whatever definition you're appealing to, I'm sure there's another person, academic, who can make a counter argument for a different definition, right? So, real white is a real, let's say, amorphous term that could be anything. Anyway, so what I'm actually picking up is
black people who think they invented everything.
Only thing that I'm picking up from you, doctor, is like some levels of insecurity because the times that he hung out in the Hamptons for years, right? And you've probably never been to the Hamptons, and that gave you some sense of insecurity, and that's okay. We all have things that we need to work on. But I think another.
Why do you think he's insecure? Why do you think?
1 second, I already explained it. I didn't
understand. Could you explain?
All right, 1 second. As soon as I'm done, I'll give you the like after class fucking explanation.
I don't need after class fucking.
All right, just give me 1 second. Let me finish. You just got here. Did you just get here?
No.
Did you just calm down? All right, cool. Calm down. Now, as soon as I'm done, I'll get back to you.
I'm calm as a cucumber.
All right, then please stop interrupting. You seem excited. Anyway, so the times.
You're definitely not.
I think another. All right, I got you. I think doctor is also a little resentful that the Times has freed himself from the Matrix, and he understands that it's not these stupid culture wars and racial wars that it's being foisted upon us that creates the divide amongst us. It is actually the social class, the rich versus the poor, and we know why the rich are like so. Let's say aloof to what we go through, which is what he appealed to. He said they don't care about anything besides them. It's because we know that when you, as a man, as a human being, a regular dude, when you have some money in your bank account, when you have a full belly and enough Diddy oil to satiate all your needs, you don't care about much else. Same thing for them. Imagine living in a perpetual state of satiation. They don't really care about it. And the only thing they really worry about is losing it. The paranoia that might come with somebody coming to take it away from them, which is why they seek control, which is why they're very ruthless with control, because they understand that the dynamics of power could shift at any moment and they can be out in the dark with you. And that's the last place they want to be. So they don't mind selling your children, selling your future, putting all your friends in slavery in order to maintain that power. It's very normal, basic human dynamics.
It's absolutely bizarre what he says. Can I counter it, Ricky?
Absolutely.
After he's first of all calling you insecure, you don't know jack shit, buddy, about wealth and what life is like with wealth and where people's heads are at. You don't know jack shit about it. You pontificate because you have envy and you have desire because you've either been too lazy or too unsuccessful or whatever failures you've had. So these people threaten you. You don't know what people do when they get wealth. You don't understand when people take their wealth and they become altruistic and they spend a lot of their wealth philanthropically and altruistically. The concept is not something that would cross your mind. But you're not really around people with wealth because if you were, you would understand that that's one of the things in human nature that they do and how they then come back into the community with their wealth.
May I speak next? Oh, excuse me.
I don't know who you've encountered and what people you've been around and what wealth you've been around, but if you actually spent time with them and you were hanging out with them, you would see what they consume themselves with and what philanthropic endeavors, are just there. And you know, you give me a community and I'll earmark it for you and I'll tell you wherever you go. You think that people just live in these wealthy neighborhoods and they're just playing golf at the club and having a nice dinner and that's it. You're not seeing the checks that are being written to pay for the hospitals as they're being built, to take care of the community centers, to make sure that the old age homes are funded, to make sure that community activities are taken care of, children's programs, after school children's programs. I'm going to go through the litany of different charities that are pretty common, whether the United Way's funded. Who do you think's paying for all this? It's the wealthy people that are paying for it.
I've seen this. Maybe
So maybe you just don't know
Someone
anymore.
after her, and then I'm after that person. I'll go after that.
Both would be true in terms of that.
You think?
I want to say something here.
Well,
Hold on, I'm next, and then the other gentleman.
That was an embarrassing submission, Abby. But she's not done yet. She's got more drivel to offer.
Shut up, concrete. Go
Your
around.
mom, Your mom, Alan. Your mom.
Excuse
You know, I mean, come on, Alan. Give me a break. What the?
Alright, chill out. Don't make us talk bitches.
I'm not done yet. I'm just done yet. I hope for you, concrete in your life.
By the way.
Okay, I hope concrete for your life that you gain enough success that you get to a point that you can turn around and you'll have the wherewithal to take care of others and make sure you commit and you give money to those charities and those organizations in your community that are in need. It's a great feeling. It's the best feeling in the world. And I hope for you, I pray for you that you can get to that point. But to absolutely condemn and have this sick envy towards people that are at that point is just wrong. And it's just ignorant. And that's it.
Yeah, so what I want to say is
I'm going to say something to Abby.
yeah.
Abby, thank you. That's a blessing of a rebuttal. Very, very nice. Concrete, shut the fuck up. Thank you, Abby.
Who was the lady after Abby? And I'm gonna go after that lady. No, this is like.
I want to say something. It's a short
All of the times, I wanted to respond to Abby since she addressed my point so eloquently and so profoundly. I think it's due response, right? April, do you want to go, and then I'll go after you?
Yeah.
Abby said something to me, and then I want to respond.
Let
Go ahead.
April go. New voice. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm
Okay,
about the continuity of the conversation, but whatever.
okay, you go ahead then.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I think
This
you
isn't
can
an
go.
electrical outlet. Go
Let
ahead.
her go. you're so inept. Abby's here
I
to
feel like
defend
I'm
you.
now getting in the way, so.
It's fine. If you want to make a point, go ahead. Because Abby made a complete psychoanalysis and,
Right.
No,
Okay.
you said
a survey. She made a complete survey of my. Yo, KP, what's going on, bro? What's going on? Why you interrupting me? Why you interrupting me? You just chill, bro. You're the one making it to the KP show. I don't have any beef with you.
No, I'm not.
You're interrupting me.
Okay. So April's talking now.
Go ahead.
April's talking. Thank you. So thanks a lot. Okay, I am from the Santa Barbara area, Montecito, Hope Ranch. My family's been there a long time. We came over on the little wood boats years ago. Blah blah blah.
My daughter went to boarding school at Cape.
Okay. Oh right.
Really beautiful there.
Yeah. So one of my sister's friends, she worked for CPS for 25 years. Okay. And she had pension. She loved going to the spa. I was visiting my sister one time, and Annie was complaining she couldn't afford the spa or go to it, and she was left. And I was like talking to my sister. I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And this was like, I'm telling you guys, this was 6 years ago. Okay, 6, maybe 7 years ago. And I'm like, "How come? What's up with Annie? Why is it?" And my sister said, "Oh, that she discovered there was this humongous satanic pedophile ring in Santa Barbara County that included sheriffs, judges, top officials, ministers, like so many people." And she went to her boss, and he told her that she needed to quit or she could die. And so she quit her job. And she's now like out of state, kind of house sitting, that type of thing. But yeah, after 25 years, it's that serious. And it goes across all the boards. I understand about saying like not all wealthy people are bad. Like everybody has good and bad qualities. But like the Epstein thing, like I just feel like sometimes like the ultra wealthy is rules for thee but not for me,
Yeah, that's a good point. And basically, April, I don't know how long she's been, or Abby, I don't know how long she's been here, but she did a complete psychoanalysis of me, and she was able to look into my life and see all of my accomplishments or lack thereof, and then she was able to like ascribe a motivation as to why I said that the real problem isn't race or ethnicity or religious belief. It is actually like a class issue, right? And she so eloquently pointed. She so eloquently pointed to like charitable endeavors, right? And the interesting thing about charitable endeavors is old folks' homes are something that we can take care of as a general society, right? If that was what our government wanted to do in terms of our tax dollars, feeding the homeless, on and on and on, our government, the collection of the people, or the collective entity for the people, by the people, is something that would actually take care of these things. And Abby is telling us how the rich are, I guess, the more responsible party for the shelter of the homeless and the old folks, so on and so forth, right? And I want y'all to think about that for a moment, right? Think about how Abby is trying to tell us that the only reason why these charitable endeavors exist is because of the rich. And it's almost like we should owe a debt of gratitude to the rich and not to ourselves as a fucking conscientious civilization of people who love each other, right? That's the crazy part about it. And also, on another level, what we all understand is that these charitable organizations are used for more nefarious purposes and more pragmatic reasons. Right? A pragmatic reason being tax fucking credits, right? A more nefarious reason being fucking funneling operations, right? So she wants us to give the naive. She wants us to give the naive.
Funneling
She wants us. Yo, what are you doing, bro? I heard to hear all your stupid shit, bro. I know, I get it that you don't like my point. I get it that you don't like my point. Abby, this is really a bad sign that somebody who is trained. This is a very bad sign. This is a bad sign that somebody, doctor, just give me 1 second.
Someone hurt you.
This is a bad sign. Bro, you gotta let me finish, bro. You gotta let me finish.
No, we don't.
It's a really bad sign. It's a really bad sign that you don't have the confidence to just stay on mute while I give my argument. After I had to hear you out, right? And now we've got Dr. Articulate or Dr. Responsible who just keeps chirping and won't let me make a point without being interrupted. And it's really sad because it's like a telltale sign that you hear what I'm saying and it bothers you and you're trying to drown it out by your constant interruption. And that just shows this is basically avoiding cognitive dissonance, right? This is just an attempt to avoid. This is an attempt to avoid cognitive dissonance, where you're holding two contrary points in your head simultaneously. Where you know the rich are the problem, and you're simultaneously saying the rich. You're trying to say the rich are the solution, and this is sad. I didn't know you were this pathetic.
Can you move them down?
But you got it. I didn't know you were this pathetic.
You're really pathetic. You're really a failure. And that's what it is.
Okay, now, thank
It's a
you.
failure.
Can I go, please? I
just have to say something, Alan. Just let me one thing.
I'll answer his points, though, but please.
Let me say this. To say that people that take money that they worked really hard and they contribute a good portion, a good percentage of their money to working to cure a disease, or we just took a whole bunch of money for the Alzheimer's research and to build a brain center. That's people's money. That's not government money that's doing that. It's community that put money together and built a center and built a great center. So and I'm just using that as one example to be so disingenuous.
Abby, you're also don't get caught up in it.
I'm not caught up in it. Hey, I look myself in the mirror every day, and I'm someone who's contributing and doing good. I'm not a taker. I'm a giver. So that's his problem.
No, I know. But this is the thing. Yes.
Alan, Horatio, Abby, can we have
I'm talking to Alan.
Let's put a baseline. What does rich mean?
I'm going to talk to Alan.
Concrete does. Notice how he says, well, Abby did this and you did that, and the moderation, he's always analyzing people's behavior, but then, shock of all shocks, he gets upset when you analyzed his behavior. But to address his point specifically, one of the reasons why the government doesn't take care of the elderly in the ways he described is because when the government gets involved, 9 times out of 10, they fuck things up. That's why they don't. Just look at the VA as one example. But even if you don't agree with that example, the point is once the government gets involved, then everybody looks and says they have deep pockets and the bureaucracy kicks in and inefficiency kicks in. That's why we as Republicans support the kind of donations and giving that our illustrious moderator, Abby, thank you for saying that, Abby. That's why Republicans believe in private organizations and Democrats believe in, now they openly say collectivism, which is another word for communism. It doesn't work.
Alan,
thank you.
Let's talk, because you and Abby have both said Like, we have all these medical advances and all this great shit that comes from private contributions, and that's just not true. Like, I mean, most medical research is funded by tax dollars. Most medicine is created using tax dollars. Like, I mean, I get what you're saying. Private charities do a lot of good for the world, but you're living in alternate universe.
Well,
Doesn't stay grounded in reality.
Ryan, I gave an example. Did you hear my example? Did you hear my example?
Yeah, you're talking about the dementia center or
No,
Alzheimer's.
I gave an example. The very big hospital, Cleveland Clinic, brain research center that's working on Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Also, brain injuries caused by boxing.
Hospital work there.
Okay, a lot of connection with UFC and boxing. Huge, millions and millions of dollars donated from those different entities to try to cure brain diseases. That was built by community money. Every year they do a fundraiser, $20 to $30 million.
But that's nothing. That's $20 to $30 million.
May I finish? $20 to $30 million a year for many years. They've been raising it. They then went forward as they built this multi-million dollar facility with Cleveland Clinic. They were able to then get grants and get additional money. But
where did the grants come from?
Sir, I am an Indian man. I live in New York, but I want American citizenship.
My point is, this was something that was put together by community money, and if you ask, it got put together by wealthy people in the community, people that had made money in our industry, that were of means, that could write the checks, and they gave back to the community. I happen to be blessed. I'm going to leave with this. I am blessed that I live in a community that people take their checkbooks out and they give back for the community.
And I can tell you something. While you're talking, there's nothing. I don't need to say anything right now. There's nothing better than walking down the hallway and see your family plaque because of foundation work we have done.
Yeah, let me address Ryan.
Let this individual speak.
Yeah. Look, this is a very simple Grok question. I asked Grok, what is this is the question I asked, very simple. How much medical breakthroughs have occurred from private funds versus public funds in America? List in percentages. So one of the things to know is that oftentimes private funding and public funding work together and hand in hand in some aspects. But to cut to the chase, the conclusion is approximately 65% of medical breakthroughs in America can be attributed to private funding, industry, philanthropy, academy.
Industry. Wait, you're taking all private means I need private company.
Funding.
Yeah, that's completely separate from charity. No, if you're talking private, that means private industry.
Please.
Please.
I sat here very quietly. Ryan, I'm going to have to drop you if you interrupt me again. Okay, just wait your turn. So look, 35% comes from public funding. So that refutes the point that you made in breakthroughs. And so this reinforces Abby's point.
Pause. You're wrong. Period. Point blank. Ask Grok another question. Ask it a follow-up question.
Too many things. This is pretty simple. So if we're weighing if private funding in the medical field has advanced.
No, charity, not private. We're talking. There's a huge distinction. If you can't make that,
What's the distinction?
The distinction is private versus people giving versus actual corporations.
It's the same thing. We're investing.
What are you talking about?
That's what we're looking at right now.
That's a different. You're investing. When you're going to a charity, are you giving money as an investment or are you donating?
Someone talked about how public funding goes to waste. That's why you weren't here.
No, I absolutely understand that public funding often goes to waste. That's not the
So that's
issue.
why
We do both. You understand?
No, but were talking
No,
about,
I'm
Ashley, when you
answering
were talking
you.
about you need a checkbook, Ashley,
We do
you were saying,
both.
stop, everyone.
We do
You're
both.
creating a
Exactly.
distinction
We do both.
without a
We
difference.
do both.
Okay, everyone's making an argument. You're fighting.
And my idea is
This is a speaking program now. You're attacking
to
me.
save
That's
my
my
years to realize breast cancer centers, this is what we do. Dementia centers, this is what we do.
I have sat on boards where I have given money as a board member. I also have to sign notes and guarantee loans that my board is taking out to build, take out a mortgage or to develop another facility in the building. We've had to not just take money out of our pockets straight out as a gift, we've also had to go on the hook on mortgages and on the hook for them to develop. So we're doing both. We're doing absolutely both. And we need to build medical centers.
Here's the thing, Abby. We love doing it because we want.
You guys can like this. You guys can like it, or they can put their name in billboards. They're doing it altruistically because they want to do it because they cared to the community they grew up in, and they want to help that community.
Real whites. Us fake whites.
And I don't really give a flying fuck if you don't believe me. I don't give a flying fuck because I don't do it to please you.
It's Ricky. I'm just saying, teach us, because we have no idea what's in the head of these people. Like, I'm a piece of white trash, and so are like 70% of the people in the room. We have no idea what they might do or think.
I'm not a piece of white trash. We've never talked to. Okay.
Yeah, and on top,
We've never had this
on
conversation.
top of
You
that,
probably never thought you would.
on top of
Now,
that,
here's the thing.
he forgets that it's people who sit on those boards, and it's people who say, you know what, in my company, instead of taking our profits and giving it to our shareholders or doing some other thing, we are going to give it to this charity. It's still people giving. The distinction he was trying to make was it was a distinction without a difference. He was saying, oh, it's not charity. He just didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
And Amy, I think you missed the joke if you called to Ricky enough. He was signing with you. It was maybe a little outputting. This is what we do for our communities. Don't care where you are. We're going to take care of our elders and siblings. This is how we were raised and built. So I don't know who the guy, Ryan, who the fuck you are. No. We take care of shit. We give out of our own pockets. We don't care about anything else. I want your mother to have, surgeries if she doesn't have the insurance. We need to take care of your sister that may be having brain cancer. God forbid. This is what we do just out of the kindness of our hearts. The fuck is wrong with you, man?
And I just want to say, for the people who were offended by Dr. Responsible's white trash comment, I want to say right now that white trash is an inclusive group. We invite all ethnic groups and racial groups and skin colors to be white trash. The first rule is you got to put raisins in your potato salad.
And we love all niggas too. And he's right. He's right. This is not, we have to delineate between the real whites if we're going to have this conversation. It's not the same people groups. We have no idea what the fuck real white people are talking about. And we have no idea what the fuck quote unquote niggas is talking about. We have no idea. This is another group of people.
Don't you have to be a junkie to be white trash?
No, you don't have to be a junkie. You just have to have parents. You just have to have parents who don't know the system that the real people who created this country created. You have to have parents that don't understand it, and then you don't understand it. That's what the fake whites are.
That's the
And we're getting classified as this group of people, but we have no idea what the fucking Mayflower people, real whites, actually set up. We have no clue. Okay, so that's why it has to be delineated, nothing else.
And you want to know the real secret? The real secret is all of those tricks that the rich people use to, quote, avoid paying taxes. Anybody who makes 50 grand a year can use those same things too. And you can avoid, you pay less taxes if you do what they do. You don't have to be super rich. You can file taxes just like Donald Trump, and if you're making over 50 grand a year and you have your own business, you will save $3,000 a year. And the more you make, the more it goes up.
Especially if it's private money.
But Alan, here's one of my things. I don't care about that. I care about the responsibility. And I would tell you someone that's on this staff right now, KK. I love her to death. I go down to the VFWs all the time, to all the bars. Yo, you know how many fucking guys with one leg just to sit down and talk to me and buy them a leg? This is what my family does. We're going to take care of our vets. It's impersonal to me. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Just had a meltdown. Sorry, guys.
We're very lucky that the government still hasn't taken away our incentive financially to be able to give. And they've not made it hard to do it. They actually give us lots of avenues and ways to contribute. But if I look at my community, the people that are feeding the poor are Catholic Charities and Foursquare. I mean, it's not the city. It's a closed off section in the city, and there's like facilities. And they're private facilities that are doing the work. I want to leave you with a crazy statistic. I know this is going to get people crazed, but when they look at money contributed around the country that's into philanthropic needs, whether it's hospitals, diseases, schools, universities, just money contributed, and the arts, art museums, ballets, all of that, across the board. 27% of the money given is coming from one ethnic group. That same ethnic group is 2% of the population.
Jewish.
Yeah, 27%.
And especially if you're in the Missouri area, great child hospital up there. They do a lot. Greatest people work for.
Well, one of the reasons is also it's in the culture. You are taught from early on of tzedakah, of giving, of charity. You just have to. And it's really pressed. It's pressed very hard. So, I mean, in terms of looking at what we're doing, and when people get wealthy or have wherewithal, at least I can speak for the people that I grew up around and that are in my community. You're embarrassed if you don't. People know the ones that don't give, and I don't know if I would say they're ostracized somewhat, but they're not looked well in the community. You're judged by what you give. You're not judged by the car you're driving up to the synagogue. You're judged by the contribution you make at the synagogue. There's a big difference, and it's just that's how it should be. I wish all the communities just felt this obligation to give back, and our country lets us write it off. So that's a good thing. There's no reason why people shouldn't do it. So anyway, I'm done.
The data shows that if you're richer, you're much more likely to give more to charity. Your propensity is much higher. And it's not that you give more because you've got more, it's that you give more as a percentage. I don't know why.
No, you give because you are a good person.
Because
It
you're
doesn't
rich.
matter if you're wealthy
It does.
or rich. No, you just give.
It positively correlates.
You know, one thing I was taught as a young kid, and I never heard this word. I was probably 4 years old, and my father said, "Don't make fun of anyone less fortunate." So we've been givers. We didn't know anything of less fortunate. We always give and gave, and this is what we do. Don't care who you are. I will always help you. We always give to women's shelters and men's shelters. We need to give more to men's shelters.
Quite
Say it. Say it again.
Quite right.
Yes. That I have been outside of Detroit serving meals to homeless, and it's giving the word, not the street preacher.
Yeah, $100 billion a year is avoided in federal income tax by donating to nonprofit charities. And I'm all for Tzedakah and doing charity work, but the country's $37 trillion in debt. We just keep borrowing and spending into oblivion and giving tax breaks to wealthy donors to nonprofit charities. How much is too much? When do we start correcting the books and having balanced books for we, the people of this country?
It's not actually given to the charity, is it, though?
Yeah, it's actually given to a non-profit corporation known as a charity.
It's just a brokerage. They don't have to pay elsewhere.
This is why I do things personally. There's so many of us do things personally.
Listen, Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan, they created a nonprofit and gave hundreds of millions of dollars to it because they felt guilty because they pushed the vax on everybody. Now people who have inflammation and disease are trying to cure it with their nonprofit. If that's not hypocrisy, I don't know what is.
Oh shit, what's up, John? I didn't know shit. What's up, John? Sorry. Good job. Go ahead. What's up, brother?
Yeah, if the government wasn't so inefficient and wasteful with money, that might be a good solution. But I'd much rather take the money that I have and allocate that to a charity with a specific goal that I believe in versus just like a general fund for things that I might, disagree with.
And I'm not a big fan, but Ronald McDonald House is a good place. It's one to donate to.
Yeah, well, a lot of people donate to Planned Parenthood and think that's a good idea, but we already give $1 billion a month and kill 100,000 children in this country.
But on that, Luke, if you tell people what their taxes are going to, then they're much more likely to give more if they can see the destination than if it just goes into a pot. So you've got your calls, you'll be like, okay, I'm in.
And if you look around your own community, your major hospitals, there are other houses that surround your ICU units that's welcoming money to try to stay open so they can take care of your family. Man, it's a beautiful thing, man. You guys understand it.
Yeah, well, it's estimated that McDonald's kills about 800,000 people a year in this country with their fake ass terrible food.
But the net benefit is much better.
Yeah, for $2 cheeseburger, and I'm gonna give $40,000 out of your pocket a year. Yeah, they got a racket. But no, seriously, all jokes aside, go to your local hospital. There's other people. It's like you and I, just commoners, and we would board people to say, hey, your mom, dad, or whoever is in the hospital, you can stay here. That's what we do. And we just take whatever you can give us. If it's $20 fucking, we don't care. There's a lot of people just being charitable like that. You guys need to invest. Just say, hey, look, John, you know what, man? You got this house. Here you go, $100. There's a lot of us.
You've been a bit optimistic earlier. I wish there were more people like that. I don't know whether it's normal.
A lot of people like to bring up Al Capone that he was busted on tax evasion and not bootlegging. But the fact of the matter is, Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg and countless other billionaires should also be arrested for the rampant tax evasion.
Al Capone brought medicine to the people.
There's one set of rules for the multi-billionaire rich people and people worth 20 million or plus, and there's a whole separate group of rules for people who make 75,000 a year and pay through their fucking noses. Federal income taxes, property taxes, etc. Taxes in this country are out of control. Borrowing and spending in this country are out of control, and you all know it.
Just want to point out, Matt, do you hear the argument John's making? The same argument I made about Epstein and why that issue is so important is about the two-tier justice system. Right or wrong, I'm hearing both arguments on this, but the two-tier justice system is one of the most important issues next to election integrity.
I think that was like top 5 issues, would you say? For voters? I think you were saying that last night.
Well, no, it's not like for economy or immigration. It's not like that. But when you ask voters if they think there's a two-tier justice system, roughly nearly 70 to 80% of people say there is. So when you're dealing with numbers like that, it's like it doesn't matter if it exists or doesn't exist. The people believe it exists.
You just need to have an injustice, don't you? And then you realise how important justice access is. Expensive lawyers.
I mean, Warren Buffett even admitted that his secretary pays a higher income tax rate than he does.
Progressive income tax is communism, and we should ban it.
Yeah, maybe moonlighting in some ways.
We need major reform in income tax and property tax in this country. We have become slaves.
So if we didn't have like this supposed elite class of people, or I mean, just even the rich, for that matter, do you think this world even works? I mean, or at least our country, but I don't know, like, I suppose we depend a lot on them. I don't know. I don't know. Are we just saying that we just want to dismantle the rich at the end of the day, or what?
No, that's what the communists
are. I know that's what they're saying. I just, it's hard to believe. But Horatio, it sounds like you're the type that would want that.
No, I've never been burning and dying.
All right, just double check.
All the white trash.
The French tried that. It just ends up in chopping a bunch of people's heads off.
I mean, is it fair to go to work 3 out of 5 days a week just to cover your taxes?
It's too many days anyway.
No, people that make $150,000 or less to pay no income tax to the federal government. And I've heard that idea floated. We should get back to a tariff system. I think Trump's at least initiating it. I don't think it will be to fruition, but the country was funded on tariffs and indirect taxation, sales taxes and stuff like that for 150 years. We can go back to that system.
But isn't it the argument that you are basically going to be net zeroed by the end, so you're never going to end up with more than you started out with? It probably smooths over a lifetime on average.
Not even sure what that means, that what you just said, Horatio.
Well, because you don't, I mean, assuming you don't actually end up with money at the end of it, you know, you probably end up with zero and you start with zero.
Yeah, that's called hell, Horatio.
Education at the beginning of life, and then you have healthcare at the end, and it probably all smooths out to about zero.
It doesn't all smooth out. Are you out of your mind? The country's $37 trillion in debt and $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. This country's completely broken. We keep borrowing and spending like there's no tomorrow.
Bloody fancy military jets of yours, those ones which you can't even see when they're in the air.
We like to call them stealth bombers.
Oh, fancy.
Speaking English, it's a wonderful language. I invite you to partake thereof.
Horatio, those stealth bombers are the reason we can be $37 trillion in debt.
You know what a great foreign policy would, Horatio, you know what a great foreign policy for the UK would be? Stop letting in hundreds of thousands of Muslims taking over your country. Keep your country English.
Do you want to have them instead? We can give them to you if you want.
Send them back wherever you got.
We already have Somaliland in Minnesota. Believe me, we want to denaturalize these people and kick them the fuck out of America. They never should have been brought in the first place.
Afghanistan. That's on you guys.
How the hell is it on us?
Because you got tired and left.
I mean, after you fuck
12 years wasn't long enough.
This is somebody who had an empire upon which the sun never set. Now you're sitting there and you can't pay your bills and you're telling us about Afghanistan.
Oh, no, it sucks, right?
This is friggin' pathetic.
Should have been born 100 years ago.
I think we should institute a travel ban and let no English, British, UK person come into this country ever again.
I think we should add people to just say, listen, if they speak English, they belong to America.
Oh, yeah, please. I've been trying to say this for years.
We'll teach you how to use it.
Well, when Prince Andrew gets exposed in the Epstein release, are you going to still kiss his ring? Are you still going to kiss your king's ring when you find out they're pedophiles?
I don't like him much, actually.
Well, that Prince Andrew is guilty as all hell. He committed all types of criminal sex acts against minors. Guess what? Maybe you should behead him and put him in jail and exact some capital punishment.
Trust me, that's where you're going wrong.
We had the chance and they just let him off.
Do you have the death penalty in the UK?
Should do.
You do?
No, some of the gallows will be hanging people.
Okay, well, there you go. You can start by hanging him, right?
Yeah, why not? It'd be fun to watch. Very expensive to go to a fun seat. People would vote to have it brought back. I think that's a statistic.
Listen, today's a great day for America. USAID is no longer in power, and that has been exposed to be a criminal organization dedicated to the destruction of America. Day by day, we are slowly liberating America from the deep state and criminal Democrat, Marxist, communist terrorists.
What's it done to change your life?
What has it done to change my life?
Yeah, now there's no more USA.
You see, we're Americans, Horatio. We believe in liberty and the maximization of liberty. This is maximizing our liberty and freedom from people like you and the scum and villainy that have ruined America. You think Stacey Abrams and her $2 billion for her climate change nonprofit, you think she's not going to get arrested? They're taking that money back.
Wow. Small steps, John.
This guy sounds like Mother Goose.
Trust me, when these Democrats find out what's in that Epstein file and they see Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and their beloved Democrats, this is going to hit them in the face like a sledgehammer.
That's just the bees.
It's got to be bad on both sides, right? Or else it would have come out. Is that the theory?
Oh, really? Who controls the information release? Look out, Democrats.
I thought that it was the Republicans in charge.
I know you...
Stop talking about it. There is no file.
There's this new scandal that's going to surface, or story about the scandal, where Penthouse magazine, some of you may remember who the founder is, and these Penthouse pets were funneled into the Epstein, onto Epstein Island, if you will, and different celebrity figures were matched with different Penthouse pets.
Are you saying Bob Guccione was involved in espionage? And Hugh Hefner might have been involved in espionage?
No, not Hugh Hefner. Not Hugh Hefner.
What are you talking about? Hugh Hefner's widely claimed to be involved in espionage.
Well, that may be, but...
The Grotto was a blackmailing operation.
Penthouse is the Gooch, Bob Guccione.
Isn't but those would be 18 and over though, no?
Yeah, I'm just bullshitting. The thing is that Norman, did you ever see the most recent documentary on Bob and Penthouse? It was really fascinating, actually.
No, but I knew those guys, and I'd love to see the documentary.
He died in 2010, FYI.
So he was based in New York City eventually, right? Like,
No, he was based in New York for most of the time.
Okay.
Of his fame, yeah.
Oh, right.
He had one of the biggest mansions in the city. It was quite impressive.
Not a Penthouse.
Yeah. And his son created Spin Magazine, for whom I did some work, as did my friend Bob Jr. It was a rival to Rolling Stone, Spin Magazine. The great days of magazines. And he made that film, Caligula, which was...
Yes, and it kind of turned out to be a bit of a flop, right? But wasn't it very interesting?
It was a horrendous flop. Yeah, it was like a mainstream historical study of the famous emperor, the eponymous emperor, with lots of porno, and featuring, what's his name from The Clockwork Orange? McDowell, yeah.
It says here that Guccione sunk 10% of his fortune, which was estimated at $4 billion, into a compact tokamak, which was fusion technology. So he got suckered into investing into fake energy.
It's amazing how many smart rich people get suckered into weird stuff like that. Elizabeth Holmes blood testing machine. Secretary of
Was it
State
Walmart that was
George.
getting involved with her?
I remember former Secretary. Yeah, former Secretary of State George Shultz.
There was a whole slew of celebs, A-list celebrities that were invested in that shenanigans.
Older guys, people from government. Yeah, we talked to them. She was the first big startup woman, to go really large, and then it was all a scam. And she's in prison.
And it's reported that she had children, she had babies, right? Because he was trying to defer her prison sentence, which is really kind of evil, but
That's kind of interesting. I think she did have a couple kids. And the guy that she was partners with, this Indian guy, he went out and raised some more money just recently.
Do you know what the biggest financial scam of all time in recent history is? Anybody?
Madoff.
Bitcoin. Losing.
You guys all lived through the experience, yet you don't even know it was the biggest financial fraud and scam ever perpetrated upon the American people, creating $10 trillion plus in debt. It's called COVID-19 and the vaccine response, fellow Americans. Wake up.
Taxation.
That's not a fraud. That's just an expensive overreaction.
Wasn't a fraud? Can we see Fauci's fucking documents? Can we get that released? Can Kash Patel maybe show us what he confiscated from Fauci?
I've got actual vaccine card, I think, somewhere.
Interesting.
Bill Gates made $100 billion off that trade.
What did he trade?
He created one of the largest vaccine response corporations out of thin air. Boom. Fucking $100 billion market cap out of nothing.
Well, we haven't had COVID-20, have we? You see?
What was it called?
Biosphere or some weird name. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're understanding exactly what happened, but I don't know the particulars, but we made a company and it went from 0 to 100 million.
100 billion. Let me get the name for you.
Sounds like he's doing something, right?
Yeah, he's creating fucking bullshit out of thin air. He creates software virus, creates the fix. He creates a vaccine virus, creates the fix of that. That is the most corrupt motherfucker in this country.
As you unravel the secret mystery of COVID, it strikes me that as society gets more complicated and we get more elaborate threats and technologies developed, like COVID, right? We had a plague. We've had plagues before. And plagues can be devastating. So we reacted very quickly with all of our tools, the finances, the information, media companies. We also had the travel. We had borders. We had states. We had cops. We had laws. We had new pharmaceuticals, right? So we had all of these things set up, and that's extremely complex, very complicated, and we do it very quickly and efficiently in order to respond to a crisis. But then what is the natural consequence? Because of all that speed and complexity, well, as we can see from the media landscape, there's an obvious conspiracy. It's just impossible to hide the specter of conspiracy when you have complexity. Complexity that by design, people do not understand the entire, I don't know how to make a vaccine. I don't know how they decide whether to report on this plague or that plague, like the plane crashes or whatever.
Got it. We don't live in Egypt anymore. Listen, BioNTech in 2021, the market cap was $100 billion. Now it's at $26.65 billion. But this is all controlled by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You don't happen to work for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, do you?
I'm saying conspiracy theories are a natural byproduct of the complexity and development of society.
Yeah, we get your definition of a conspiracy theory, but if you're too stupid to realize that COVID-19 and the vaccine response was not one giant fucking fraud perpetrated upon humanity in America, you really are stupid. I hate to break it to you.
When you say one giant fraud, that seems to me like you're referring to one particular person or conspiracy of people that have agreed on a particular motive for this lie.
There's key players in it, and there's a lot of good things that happened.
I'm simply asking, what is the name of that person or that group of people?
Dr. Bill Gates, Fauci, World Health Organization, Chinese people, a whole cabal of asshole cocksuckers devoted to making money in Big Pharma.
Misrepresentation is what?
Like I said, I think it's the complexity which between two, and what was quite harmonious about it was something quite unified and simple came out, which could have almost been something which somebody dreamed of
Everybody go
themselves.
get your vaccine shot, double vax, triple boosted. It's the protocol. Do as you're told, sheeple. It'll make you healthy and protect you. We can't go back to work until you all get vaccinated and we stop the spread.
Wake the fuck up, McZed. You're like a child.
And what do you think of the spiritual community and scandal, and the people who have been complicit in the scandals in different communities within spiritual sectors?
Yeah, I think a lot of gurus and self-proclaimed prophets ultimately become, sexual deviants, or were already previously predators. I know you love talking about narcissism. So let's just say that a lot of spiritual leaders and gurus are very big narcissists and sexual predators.
I agree, but I wanted your take on anyone in particular. Like some of them, these gurupreneurs, some of them, well, most of the men have always, kind of succumbed to scandal, right?
Yeah.
Most of the spiritual leaders who are men.
I mean, Mahatma Gandhi to, Rabbi Shlomo Carlebach. I mean, everybody gets accused in the end of supposedly being a sexual deviant.
Once if you got simple bad personality traits, does that mean dark-centric?
I mean, is the story any different for our great prophet Muhammad, the pedophile?
Wait, was the also now?
Oh, hey guys, I have a question. I don't want to be upsetting in any way. Questions upset me. I'm kind of not surprised, but okay.
You're not surprised by what?
That questions upset him. I'm not upset yet. Okay, so the question I have, if I can ask, is if Donald Trump were caught in 4K having sex with like a 4-foot tall child, would his supporters care? Why does it have to be 4 feet?
Yeah, why does his height matter?
It's kind of like other lives. The fuck's wrong with you?
Was that a real question? What was that?
I don't know. Well, I'm so my
So I know it was very upsetting.
I wanted attention.
So what did as an established moderate, I'm confused about. Was there uproar about Trump's health prognosis? What did he have? Varicose veins? What was going on with it today? I heard there was something not terribly
He's
serious.
got a bruised hand and fat ankles. I wouldn't call that a medical crisis.
He has edema.
Dr. Turner, they call that swollen legs. I was called ankles. Yeah, there we go, ankles. Trumples. I don't know, you make it up.
I mean, did you see Johnson & Johnson just came out and said they rushed their product to market because the people wanted it? It wasn't even thoroughly tested. None of this shit was tested. And the fact that I could ask, what is the biggest scam in recent history? And no one here can even identify COVID-19 and the vaccine response as being one of the biggest financial crimes ever in human history. Do you even remember the HEROES Act, that first $1 trillion tranche of that omnibus? So everybody could sit at home while the nurses and the doctors did all the heavy lifting and cooked everybody in incubators?
That's proving your claim. You're just reasserting it over and over.
Yeah, I don't like COVID. I'm so serious.
Edmund, I actually like, that's a good picture of you. I don't like the Trump hat, but it's really good.
No, because you got caught in so many fucking lies all those years. Oh, you don't know who the fuck you talking to right now.
We don't have to talk about COVID, but going back to the Epstein release.
I think we're talking to the janitor. Yeah, you know what? There's a cleanup on the mile.
You know, fucking bone cluster and that goddamn dog shit. Clean up goddamn kennels.
We could ramble till 4:20 in the morning, but I guarantee you that no revelations. It will all be nothing cheeseburgers, whether it's the Epstein release or COVID information. Nothing will ever come out. That's the reality.
Oh, your ass is going down, man. I'm about to go off there. Hey, veterinary, you wouldn't sit here and say you were this medical doctor. You're a motherfucking fan. Hey, I'm allowed. Who are you talking to? I'm talking to you, veterinary.
talking to his mop handle. That was strange. It came out of nowhere. Dr. Jordan, you're a veterinarian doctor, not anything related to the COVID vaccine.
No, I have a PhD. I'm not a veterinarian. I was in vet school. But I have a PhD. But I did teach infectious disease stuff. But I'm not even in that space anymore.
Did you do any gain of function research?
You're a lying master. You went on this app and told people that you was a medical doctor, and we called your ass out to find out you was
I never said that.
Well, you did.
Now I'm starting to get pissed.
You were sticking your fucking fingers up a dog's ass.
Yo, take it easy, Dr. Jordan.
I get angry because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, don't get angry. This is normally called the liquor store, so take it easy, Dr. J.
Tell him he's trolling or
And when Jazzy came out, he even caught your ass on a second platform. You got caught.
Listen, if you're gonna make Jazzy incredible, no way.
And guess what? Oh yeah.
I would normally get upset, but I'm so fucking confused. I don't know if he's going to make it.
This is William Neckball is live from the barber shop giving the update.
He's behind the cash register.
Your hands in the cookie jar again.
So,
First of all, I'll respond to this in one way, though. The veterinary science and veterinary medical community is more poised to talk about infectious diseases than most physicians, so that's one thing. But I never claimed to be a medical doctor or a veterinarian, so...
Yes, you did, you asshole.
I do remember you advancing the COVID narrative.
Well, I did, but, you know...
Doctors got banned.
Yeah, but...
Today
I have no reason to lie on you at all. I would never...
You do realize that the COVID-19 experience was like a high school popularity contest for people on this app who consider themselves intellectuals or well-educated, people that deal with medicine. I mean, it's Dr. Copeland. There's countless examples of just charlatans on here speaking nonstop and spreading their bullshit, what they regurgitated from MSNBC and whatever fucking forums they look at. It's a world of bullshit.
What I think happened is that there were certainly there were certainly physicians who have huge egos that for the first time in their careers, the God complex got the best of them, and because most Americans were not terribly impressed with physicians to begin with, but then when COVID hit, they somehow became saviors, and they were so egotistical and arrogant. There was that one woman, what's her name, the Indian gal?
Dr. Priya.
Oh yeah, Dr. Priya. Oh my lord. If there was a personality, she was an attractive specimen, but her personality sucked too. It's just hard to believe you could have immutable characteristics that were painful to look at, and then, have such a fucking terrible personality.
Her charm was infectious.
Yeah, her charm was infectious.
I mean, does anybody here... How can anyone here not think that... How can anyone here not think...
Some people had an incentive they were being paid to peddle the narrative on this app. I was always curious, were you ever paid?
No, because I've been out of the field a long time. But I did work with ivermectin a lot with hate, but I'm completely out of the field. In fact, I once got accused in regard to the animal field. I once got accused of writing articles on behalf of SeaWorld to challenge the narrative that came out of that Blackfish documentary. And people were saying that I was paid to sit on boards and write articles for SeaWorld. And I wish that was the case. I didn't get paid a goddamn cent. I was just, supportive of some of my colleagues and passionate about the work I was doing.
Yeah, Dr. Copeland. Sorry, KP. Dr. Copeland was a special kind of asshole. Mr. Right-Minded was witness to a time I was in his room and he was advocating for 13-year-old boys to be, if they came out as gay, that they should be groomed, what he called advised, but it was nothing short, it was grooming and pedophilia, you know, that 13-year-old boys should be counseled by adult gay men how to properly prepare their anus so that they don't have anal tearing when they have anal sex.
Who said that's very Greek?
This was Dr. Eugene Copeland.
Are you serious, Alan?
I am dead serious because
it's true.
I was there.
I'm a volunteer.
Oh, Matt, were you there?
Yeah, remember Beaver and I were there. We couldn't believe what we were hearing.
Yeah, I know. And yeah, Mr. Right-Minded was there. See, I'm like, he's asking me these questions like, well, what would you do if your son came out as gay? And how are you going to counsel him? And I was like, well, if he actually did, well, then it's something we would explore together because I love my son, etc., etc. The normal answer. And he was like, yeah, but how are you going to counsel him for anal sex so it doesn't rip your ass on paraphrase?
You have to say, just as long as you're not trans. It's okay, just as long as you're not trans.
Yeah. So literally, I mean, it was, and I couldn't believe it either. It was, it's nothing short of pedophilia. So anytime I hear his name, I bring up that story. I'm done.
And I would tell you, veterinarian, it was right around the same time a few years ago. You just got caught in smoke because you spoke too much about COVID-20, whatever the fuck it was. And that asshole of Copeland was speaking. You got caught up in the smoke.
And you're the victim of the virus.
I did. I definitely respect Dr. Copeland. He may have been wrong about this, but I actually think he was smarter than most of the physicians. You guys have the right to challenge and disagree with him.
When I sat down and wrote out every single thing and sent it, they would never give me a right email address. Nothing.
How could you have any respect for that guy?
Yeah, I know he was full of shit.
Yeah, the driver. Here's one of the things that I realized after being on Clubhouse. There are people who know how to argue, and they've learned that tactic very well. And they have a certain amount of intelligence. That doesn't make them smart. It makes them look smart, but it doesn't make them smart. So one of his, like, if you went on to his stages, one of his tactics was you might be expressing an opinion about the vaccine or something else, and he would come up with this random scientific question, and if you didn't answer it, well, then you weren't qualified to even talk about vaccines or anything else. And then that's how he would shut down dissent. It was a diversionary tactic.
And he was very more articulate than I am because I just got upset with everything. And when I told him, let's look at x-rays, what's going on? He would never talk about anything. How are you going to treat it? Are we going to flip? What are we going to do? Rotate? He can never understand anything. I said, this motherfucker's not about it. I'm just reckless like that. I said, you're a fucking liar. And that's how he got exposed.
Hold on real quick. Look, I want to challenge the idea that Dr. Copeland was intelligent, and I want to challenge the entire medical community that bought into this bullshit that they were intelligent. They were intellectually dishonest. You have to admit that they were completely blocked out the idea that the vaccine could have any side effects and that people were going through any type of problem. So when people would talk publicly about this, they would be shamed and ridiculed. And that's fire. Oh yeah, all the way to the point where they got kicked out of their spaces, or even lost their access to education, or were fired from their jobs. Yeah. So look, these were not smart people, and we have oftentimes this belief that because someone can study a book and have this great memory, that they are quote unquote smart, right? But they lack wisdom. And when you lack wisdom, you're not intelligent. Why me, that has no idea about medical practices, it's one area that I am not good at all. But I could see the larger picture of what a scam this was because of my wisdom that I had. Because you're old. It needs to be old. Well, I'm just going to tell you, he was not an intelligent person. Well, he was intellectually dishonest.
And you guys may disagree with me. I think that I had more of a problem with the people who had huge egos. Now, you may say he had a big ego. I don't think he had as much of an ego as some of the other people. I could be wrong. That's my
But how would you rate him on the psychotic index? He was an extremely deranged, psychopathic, low IQ, horrible, toxic communicator. That guy was a human piece of shit. And you don't see him here anymore, do you? And in one room, he even admitted he's not a doctor. That guy's a fucking front. No back-end identity, nothing. It was all a fucking scam from this app to your other doctor's office to the Pfizer manufacturer. It's all one giant fucking bullshit. Fucking scam. And that guy, Dr. Copeland, is a human piece of shit.
And Driver, I would tell you, once those girls got fired, nurses and doctors out of DC, I pulled them on this app. That's how his ass got exposed.
Oh, it's good. I'm glad you did it.
And then, right, I said, this is bullshit. We work side by side together. You don't know what the fuck is a front line is. And he couldn't answer anything.
Yeah, but you're aware, once he got ran off from this app, he took his bullshit to Twitter Spaces and continued to peddle it over there. And if we had anyone on the inside, there was something he was doing. He was either getting pussy or getting money out of putting on this app.
Gay. He's gay.
Now, is he still on?
I haven't seen him in a good year and a half to 2 years, but after he was ran off this app, he kept doing it over on Spaces.
There was another doctor on here, a female African American. I can't remember her name. Anybody remember her?
Oh, she's a liar too. She got ran off.
Yeah. Well, and here's
absolutely ran her ass off.
And here's the biggest not tragedy, the scam of it all, is there isn't a vaccine or a medication ever made that doesn't have side effects. So for anyone to advocate that you should take some form of a treatment is medical malpractice.
Some people are too stupid to be told the truth and the nuance, aren't they?
Yeah,
don't give people the full picture, because otherwise they'll make the wrong decision.
Alan's just stating common sense.
But see, here's
You only offer. You don't tell someone to do anything. Just offer.
Here's the crux of it all. No matter what medication you are going to take, only your primary care physician or personal doctor knows your medical history. And without a medical history, no doctor is going to prescribe anything.
How the fuck do you prescribe the same medication to everybody, first of all? How stupid have we become?
Yeah, I know. Well, folks, I won't get into that, John.
Antibodies? They spread spike proteins to the whole population, destroying our genetics, you little nitwit.
Let me put it this way. Even Tylenol was taken by millions of people, every day for decades and decades. Tylenol is safe, right? However, and generally speaking, you can go to a store, buy Tylenol, you're going to be fine. But anything beyond that, there are still people who can't take Tylenol. That's why you have to go to your doctor. Your doctor takes a medical history and does a workup, etc., etc.
It depends what the risk is, though, Alan. I mean, if it's you're going to be struck by lightning, then you really don't need to bother with the whole.
It depends what the risk is. You think putting a gun to everybody's head and pulling the fucking trigger is a good antidote? You fucking little top.
Yeah, that was a different calculation. That was actually a significant risk.
I have a question then for the people that are saying this. So what I'm hearing from this conversation is that any sort of medical advice should be between the individual based on individual circumstances and their medical provider, not the politicians.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, so for example, like reproductive health care should be similar.
Kill all the babies.
We can have this. I would love to talk about how Victoria likes to murder babies.
I'll go down that.
I just want.
Yeah.
We go there.
I don't think there is a rabbit hole here. I think it's just a matter of just consensus it's a matter of actual just like thinking about, do politicians have the capability, the expertise, or the ability
Victoria, you have to yield. We can have this conversation, but we're going to reset it. I just want to remind everyone that Dr. Copeland was a chiropractor, holding himself out on this app as a real doctor. So Victoria, I want to ask you, how many babies have you murdered?
0. I've helped more children than.
Listen, 100,000 babies. 100,000 babies a month get murdered in this country, and we, the taxpayers, spend $1 billion murdering 100,000 of our own children in the United States of America. It's a sick, sick world. You can call it reproductive health all you want. It's murder.
Even for funding that goes to medical practices, Congress has carved out. There is no taxpayer dollars that go to
All right, Horatio, before I address you, Victoria, Horatio, what they have found that the government actually could have gotten more people to take the vaccine if they had simply asked, instead of telling people. If they had said, look, we've developed this vaccine, we think this is our best option for now. Go to your doctor, discuss it with your healthcare provider, and then if you and he feel this is a good option for you, please take it, because we have a pandemic here. We have an epidemic. They would have gotten more people.
Challenging. A lot of people wanted the vaccine that couldn't. So there were a ton of people that couldn't get on the list to get the vaccine that they
Because this girl was 17 fucking years old, and I do a Korean massage and lost her. Okay? Come talk to me about anything.
medical
Yeah, correct. So, under that definition of medical necessity, what is the medical necessity for terminating a pregnancy? Exclusive of ectopic pregnancies, all our pregnancies, any pregnancies where the fetus, where it will, even if it comes to term, the pregnancy.
Alan, you're not going to be able to convince Victoria, and she's not even on stage.
In Georgia, there was a case. There have been several cases of women that they couldn't abort a child in a party. The reason is that the laws are confusing. Right now, you're expecting there to be some sort of sense in the laws that exist. But the legislators went to trigger laws that existed before medical science had advanced. And so we have laws on the books in several states that are so mind-blowingly hard.
Victoria, you're like a crisis actress. You know that? It's like you're nothing but a crisis actress. The way you talk about killing children, Victoria. Babies. Innocent babies.
If you want me to respond, stop ignoring me. You're literally ignoring me, but you're asking me to respond to your voice. But you're not acknowledging anything that I have stated. I don't think that you understand basic civics or how the country works or how legislators work. I feel sorry for the man that calls himself a future congressman who doesn't even know how civics work. The trigger laws that were put into place in many states after Roe v. Wade was overturned were archaic. We had some state legislators citing information or basically law that was in place before women even had the right to vote, before women female anatomy had really been scrutinized by doctors. For a very long time in our medical history, women were not examined properly. Why? Because the vast majority of doctors, medical researchers and scientists were men. And there was a lot of concern about scrutinizing too heavily the female body or anatomy. So what we have in place is a system of trigger laws that were very, very far behind medical science and understanding of what reproductive health care looks like, or the very distinct different situations that a woman can face in pregnancy. And that can be very different in any amount of the term of pregnancy. So even the idea of term limits, like when can you have something or when shouldn't you, or should there be exceptions, it's nonsensical. If you know how our justice system is so slow in terms of working, the idea of
procedure already occurring is ludicrous. Like, it can occur, and we should hold doctors accountable, especially after COVID and what we've dealt with, because these people are
There have been cases in which doctors have been fined or charged with
they're finding, but let me remind you, they're finding thousands of babies below abortion doctors' homes and in their cellars and buried in their backyard. This is backed by these death cultists. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question. You brought up the sepsis. I said a normal pregnancy, and most pregnancies are normal. Now, that depends on age, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But I said, what is the medical justification for terminating a normal pregnancy? There is none. Can I ask you this? What is the toxins? Yeah. What is the point that you're trying to make? Maybe just make that clear. The point is, there is no medical justification. First of all, there's no medical justification for terminating a normal pregnancy. Most abortions are elective. You're using the term normal. You're using the term normal as if there is a normal pregnancy. There isn't. But that's the point that I was trying to raise, is that all pregnancies are normal. What is a woman gets pregnant, 9.5 months later, little Johnny is born. That's a normal pregnancy. When you even without medical intervention, the pregnancy will even the vitamins and the monthly checks, the pregnancy starts at conception 9.5 months later. Little Johnny is born. Yeah, the only justification is I'm not in the mood. That's not in the mood. Like you're really. I don't know where it is. I don't need to be in the box because I actually just need to know. You don't know what sepsis is? It's literally when your internal organs are starting to become. Sorry?
You run the rates and numbers if you want to know anything.
No. This isn't about rates and numbers. This is what
Listen, Victoria, you gotta remember Dr. Ulrich Klopfer in 2019, they found 2,246 dead babies in his garage and an additional 165 dead babies in his trunk. Now you're telling me that this has to be something that is legal in our country. This is on a whole harvest a child out of the mother's womb. They sell the baby parts for scientific research. Are you advocating for it?
No, but I am very familiar with the ability of a person to donate their body.
This is progress. This is medical health progress.
This isn't a fluid in a white flu in the wild right now.
Joe, what was the, remember there was a couple cases back in the day when you donated your body to science, and that place was sitting there testing how to blow grenades with your ass. Fucking wild.
There had been some cases of that, or there had been
No sugar, young lady.
No, I know what I've seen the investigative journalism piece on that. I don't know it offhand, but I know what you're referring to.
Have you ever seen an abortion?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you know how to do it? Have a score?
What I am trying to share is that I don't think you know. I think you think that because you sound more masculine, that you apparently come off as more authoritative. And unfortunately, you're not great. I'm sorry. If you were really that great, you wouldn't just be with a bunch of podcast fools like cool and Pepe and Joe. Sorry.
You know what else, Joe? The left is arguing that we need to let the immigrants in because one of them might be a future doctor, might be a brain surgeon, or cure cancer. That's what they're saying.
By the way, you guys know who that was, right? That's the complete lunacy. That's the one, oh, you guys are in the Telegram.
I know she's crazy.
That's the Dark Victorian chick that's always
She's been on here for years as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys don't know her.
Yeah, I know her.
This is her big topic. She loves talking about abortion.
Abortion was her number one thing about during the election this fall. She talked about, by the way. So,
she's more than welcome if she wants to do a side by side. I would have her in the ED or whatever you want to call it.
I agree. I talk all that long. That's good. She's the one in, you guys don't know, but Gary, who does the critical thinking for her Clubhouse, does a Facebook chat, and she spends all day harassing Abby in the Facebook chat. So we always hear about it in the Telegram channel about Dark Victoria. That's the one. Abby missed her chance to confront her here. She's been going at it with her for weeks now. It's horrible.
It's a big business, and when I did research on this, but we do spend $1 billion a month funding abortion doctors in this country, and we do kill 100,000 children a month in this country. We should be issuing liberty checks to these mothers. Here's $10,000. Don't murder another American. Go live your best life. That's what we need to do. We are funding murder.
Spot on. This is the most heinous act. I mean, this tops code. This is the most heinous act in our generation. It is at the level of chattel slavery. This is our generation.
Literally shipping containers full of oil barrels filled with dead babies. I saw that article. It is, and you're right, it is serial murder. It's absolutely insane, but you can get away with it when you got that white jacket and you got the legal certification and you can buy the indemnity insurance. It's fucking medical industrial complex, industrial murder, and it is so sick. It's unfucking real.
You have to look at the global numbers. There's nothing that kills humans more than abortion. 72 million babies are murdered every year worldwide. This, in
impact you could ever imagine. It is genocide of the greatest genocide ever on record.
It's wild. Do you think it's almost like natural or a culling? Because, even packs of wolves and these animals, it's so animalistic to just do this. But the problem is these Da Vinci machines and these facilities and the marketing programs and the donations and the political influence, like, it has become its own little state in this country. And I mean, you're talking global numbers. I mean, in China with 2.8 billion people or 2.5 billion people, I mean, even the suicide rates would blow your fucking mind. But the fact that people do this to beautiful, innocent little babies and young, it's just, it's just, you can't wrap your head around it. But in America, the fact that women like Victoria are that brainwashed and call it reproductive health, they're just political psychos. I mean, they're sick people.
Well, look, you have to look at the medical profession. And I know a lot of people are down on the medical profession. But when you look at the doctor's training, and not all medical schools are the same. I've spoken about this before. But PBS 30, 40 years ago had a documentary about medical students. And at this particular school, it was Yale or something else, each student is given a cadaver. By the end of that first year or second year, they completely dissect that cadaver. And in this one clip, which grossed me out, the guy is talking to the camera, holding some woman's, dead woman's, it's from her calf down to her foot, holding it by the calf, and speaking normally while gesturing with his hand, holding this calf. The only difference between a doctor and a serial killer is their code of ethics. That they believe that what they are doing, whatever it is for the good of the person they're treating. That's it. They may, someone might have diabetes and they got to cut off their foot. But if they don't cut off their foot, then they're going to have medical complications. The person's going to die. Would you want to cut off somebody's foot? I don't. But that's the rationale doctors uses to wrap. Now, there's a reason for this. John, to wrap your head around it, these doctors believe that they are doing good. That's what they think. They're misguided. They're sadistic, but they believe they're doing good. So when you get someone like Matt, I forget what it was, Matt Walsh, with the whole trans documentary. I mean, these doctors mutilating children, they actually believe they're doing good. Well, I won't say all of them, because I think some of them, they actually are sadistic and serial killers, and they take pleasure in knowing that, I'm going to cut off somebody.
We have to have an ethics committee. We have to have ethics meetings every month.
On YouTube, they have medical misinformation policies.
When you sit here in these ORs, you have to go do a surgery. You would see some of the heinous shit. Like, what are we just gonna do this and say why? Why? Because what?
Gotta click that COVID-19 bonus.
Well, that was $13,000 and $30,000. Your ass is on the bed, plus X-rays and everything else. They would charge you as a U.S. citizen because these people don't have insurance. So it goes back to the taxpayers. And there's been cases, I'm like, hell no, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing surgery. No. It's fucked up the shit I have to see every day, and I'm sorry to waste on you guys.
If there was ever a real revolution in this country, instead of gutting national defense, we should just cut Medicare, Medicaid. I mean, that's the biggest line item. And we should keep Social Security and keep the Army. But this Medicare, Medicaid, and how much we fund it, $2 trillion plus a year, and there's $100 billion a year in fraud. Over 25 years, that's $2.5 trillion in fraud from operators, from providers. It's the biggest racket ever in human history, the medical industrial complex and big pharma.
At least we get something out of the military protecting us from getting invaded and scaring the shit out of the rest of the world. I mean, $2 trillion that gets wasted, you know. Not all that's wasted, but a lot of it is that the largest fraud cases, they're called Ketam lawsuits. The largest Ketam lawsuits are hospitals charging the federal government for patients that do not exist.
Yeah, it's cram billing, essentially.
I can't believe in this day and age they're able to get away with that. A non-existent person getting doing it that way. That's how that's going. What's going on around here?
So, the ones we know of, it's the ones we don't know of that they get away with, but the ones we know of, they've had, you know, were caught doing it.
But there's a whole slew that we don't know of that's obviously benefiting. And how much was the total on the fraud on that?
No, there's multiple cases left. I'll get you a top 10 list.
I mean, that's the thing. Doge came in handy. Like, I think tonight they just passed $9 billion in rescission that bill passed. They codify basically Doge cuts. So I know it seems like a little bit of money compared to whatever the $30 trillion we owe. But you got to start somewhere. And if we can go after the fraud like that we're just talking about, and like hammer at that with this Medicare shit, the stuff starts to add up, man. Like, we got to do something. It's fucking crazy. We're gonna be broke. Is that KP?
Yes.
Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
I was relieved from my position during COVID because I exposed that $13,000 just to diagnose you have COVID. $30,000 to put you on a ventilator. So that's already 43, 46. And every single day, that is an extra, I think it was $8,000. They kicked my ass right out that hospital. I said, this is bullshit. And I had to go all the way up to the OCFOs and say, no, this is not treating. This is wrong. You relieve her duty, and 2 weeks later, got a bill, gave my final check, said, here you go.
That's excellent.
You're not going to do that.
You're right. You're doing the right thing. Yeah.
Okay, I got the list for you. So, number one would be the HCA, Columbia HCA, $840 million in 2000. Unlawful billing practices, upcoding, billing for non-reimbursable costs, purchasing home health agencies to inflate costs, tenant health care, $900 million in 2006, HCA, $631 million in 2003, St. Barnabas Healthcare, $265 million in 2006, Oroville Hospital, $10.25 million in 2024, Harris County, Hospital District, 15.5 million. So this goes on. Cape Cod, 24.4 million in 2024. Extended Care Health Services, 10 million in 2016. American Health Foundations, 3.61 million in 2025, and Sod Healthcare, 3 million in 2025. So these are just, these are the things that were found to be illegal. This isn't just waste. This is just straight fraudulent billing that they're billing the federal government.
So I'm gonna help you out here. Go look up tenant where the motherfuckers are located at.
If we're spending $2 trillion a year that we don't have, we're collecting $5 trillion a year. If we were to drop spending by say $4 trillion and bring us down to literally $3 trillion a year in spending, if we were able to save that $4 trillion a year and with $37 trillion in debt, just do the division. It's possible to turn this around, but we literally have to cut spending by like $4 trillion a year, $3 trillion a year, and we're never going to do it. So we live in a state of deception, fraud, and mismanagement. They will never cut spending. Congress and the Federal Reserve are out to essentially just keep spending. They're never going to stop. Have you seen the charts? And you can go to Grok and ask estimates. What's the national debt and the unfunded debt going to be in 2030, 2035? It's all linear. And that's the way this fiat currency banking industrial cartel runs the show.
But shoot up to Joe, you mentioned tenant. They prey on inner cities. Fucking weird.
Very much like Planned Parenthood.
Folks, I'm done.
Yeah, no, it's like there should be as much of a backlash as there is on health insurance, which there should be a massive one. There should also be one against the healthcare providers too, for how this shit works out, bro. Like, I don't know, I could go on and on about this stuff. I'll pass the mic.
By the way, these folks that actually pull this off, is this like a cabal, or is it actually really individuals that are doing this fraudulent behavior? That's a lot of money to be just. I mean, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around. There's just everyday people committing this fraud. Is that what this looks like, or is it a ring? Like, what the hell's going on around here?
Well, each case is going to have its own individual merit, so I wouldn't be able to generalize each case. I'm not aware of each case either. But, I mean, maybe KP understands better how the administrative side, of some of these health providers. But there's even a larger
bring the shit out you. That's all it is.
But it's not a group of people, though. It's like it's literally just a one person draining the system right now. You know, 1% at a time. What is it, KP?
We have, give me a second.
You can Google the top 10 recipients and which corporations get the biggest cut from Medicare, Medicaid, Cigna, United Healthcare, Aetna, etc. Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Oh, it's actually like you're saying the corporations are getting.
Absolutely, it's the Fortune 500 of medical industrial complex.
All right.
They're fucking A. I mean, it's your health insurance provider. It's the middleman. It's the brokers. These bastards cause a huge problem in the system. They're blocking it. I mean, it's a waste of money. The internet didn't solve anything.
It's been going on seriously since the 1700s. The same key players that we sit here and fund it because they know they can never fail. We just changed company name.
Obamacare was just another spending bill for $800 billion more for the medical industrial complex. Everybody, keep Obamacare, motherfucker! It was just $1 trillion spending bill to give out so everybody could fucking build health insurance companies. I mean. It's one fucking medical industrial complex of bullshit. It's financial fraud, and it's not real medicine.
I done walked in HR and threw my white jacket on the table and said, fuck you several times. I'm done with this shit.
If people had personal fitness trainers and dietitians, I mean, what more do you need? All this extra shit is forced down our throats and full of shit. The COVID-19 vaccines was a marketing ploy. My mom says, "Oh, I just went to the community center and the fire department vaccinated me." I'm like, "Mom, what the fuck are you doing?" It's like candy for people. People are stupid. You want free shit? Here's free shit.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, one thing that came out of it was breast augmentations. Okay? I'm just saying, at least something good came out of it.
Nothing came good out of it. $10-15 trillion in debt. The guy I'm running against here in Illinois, he's been in Congress 10 years. That means he's overseen $20 trillion in debt creation. $20 trillion fucking dollars.
You know, I will tell you it's exactly what Obamacare did. Because at that time, I had the wonderful fortune of having my mother-in-law come live with us. And I needed to provide her health insurance. And so I was looking long and hard at what plans I could get, how much it was going to cost, et cetera, et cetera. And what I found, I looked at the out-of-pocket expenses, I looked at the co-pays, I looked at all of it. Essentially, all of those things, the maximum yearly coverage, the maximum out-of-pocket, the maximum co-pays, that all stayed the same. The only difference I saw that they reduced the price of your primary care and they transferred those costs to the specialists. So where it used to be like $35 to see your regular doctor and $50 to see a specialist, it suddenly went to $25 and the specialist was $100. That was
back in the day, if you went out of district, you had to pay the extra fee.
Yeah, exactly. That's all. In terms of the insurance companies, nothing changed. The only thing they said is, well, you can't cancel people, and you got to, there were the few things the kids can stay on till they're 25, whatever it was, however that went.
I don't think most people read their insurance policies and see how much bullshit it is. It's just
a lot of bullshit.
Paperwork getting overinflated.
What about my cholesterol, Matt?
I have breaking news. I'm sorry. I got some breaking news I think is pretty. Tonight, Anna Paulina Luna has criminally referred Jerome Powell to the DOJ for perjury. Have you guys heard this?
I did hear about that. This is a little bit ago, yeah.
What about the $2.5 billion makeover?
$2.5 billion, yeah, for the renovations of the Fed's DC headquarters.
What did they think? What did they think they were building out the new Goldman Sachs, executive offices?
Yeah, this was the problem with the Epstein story being in the news cycle. There's all these bangers that are out there, right?
Yo, what they should do is indict that fat bitch from Georgia. With that big ass cat around her mouth.
What's her name?
Latitia.
No, the other one. Georgia's.
That's New York.
Stacey Adams. Thank you.
Yeah, they need to indict her ass. Fuck that.
Stacey Abrams.
Abrams.
She got $2 billion for a nonprofit that had $100 in the bank account. And what was that number that when Biden was leaving, he gave out $300 billion in grants to all these climate change and nonprofits? I mean, that's a huge scandal too.
Yeah, I mean, you had that fucking what was she from, the little girl at the time? That Swedish girl was pushing that shit.
Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, she was a big funder or a big famous name. I'm sorry. Yeah, and they used her as a child because you can't talk about children
Well, nothing's going to happen to Chairman Powell. You know, I don't. And you know, Chairman Powell, he was on television. This reporter asks him, you know, is it sustainable? He says he made a Freudian slip. He said it is on an unsustainable. He said it's currently unsustainable. Then he corrected himself. But the point is, the problem. It's a unified system. It's Congress and the Federal Reserve. But we are so far in the trenches of debt at 37 trillion with 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. I mean, Trump is the guy to fix the situation. You know, they appointed Kennedy to the head of Wall Street as the Security Exchange Commission back when the stock market plunged in 29. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, it takes a criminal to catch a criminal. You know, it takes somebody with some chutzpah and some business experience to get us out of this finance. Yeah.
Are you talking about Bobby Senior?
No, talking about Kennedy, the old John F. Kennedy's grandfather, I believe, or his father. He was appointed head of SEC. But anyways, FDR appointed him because he believed, you know, he was widely accused of doing insider trading and fraudulent type of trading. So anyways, the point is, Trump is the guy to fix all of this, and I think he will fix all of this. But you know, if Doge has already saved us $600 billion, we have to cut spending by $1 trillion a year. We can't let a Democratic Congress, Democratic senators, or Democratic president continue to plunge us further into debt. And I can't understand why Trump is so hard on Massey and Rand Paul and all these fiscal conservatives and prudent people. They're just giving the money away. It's such a fucking waste.
Well, you mentioned Kennedy. That was Jack, was the father.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had way too much bullshit in his history.
Bootleggers. I mean, you know, people in America have always ground out a dollar in some innovative way. I mean, look at all this fucking cryptocurrency and the trillions of dollars in market cap in crypto and these fucking millionaires and billionaires who came out of nowhere all because of fucking crypto.
And once he had that stroke, it was done. His legacy was done. John and Bobby came up after him once he stroked out.
Anyways, it's just American legends.
You saw The Godfather, John. Did you see the third one? Though everybody hates it.
Yeah, but remember in the first one.
The point is, it's the higher up, and what he said was true. What Michael said is true. The higher up you go, the more corruption there is, because there's more money involved.
It's my favorite part of the movie when he's telling him, he's like, all my life I wanted to be legit, and I thought if I reached a certain level, everything would be fair. And then he goes, but the higher I went, the more corruption I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, but remember what?
I always say this here about John JFK. He had a great mind-blowing experience.
Well, remember what Clemenza said to the Godfather? He said, Godfather, in 3 months there will be nothing left for us to build on. What I'm telling you is your grandchildren, these non-existent COVID vaccine babies that will probably never will be born, will not experience that American dream because at $37 trillion, in 1999 and 2000, we were on a great footing. But since 9/11, we have gone absolutely fucking bananas with one scam after the next. And literally, the amount that we have spent on this war and COVID-19, it is so unfucking godly how much we have spent. I don't know why people don't understand how much of a financial crisis this country has created.
You understand if you sleep with a woman, you can pass this shit. It's crazy.
Okay, if you're going to tell that JFK joke, KP, I'm going to tell my dead baby jokes, which I'm surprised we used to. Does anybody know dead baby jokes? We used to tell them when we were kids.
What's the worst thing about a dead baby underneath 100 other dead babies?
A live one crawling out.
Yeah, I think what's the worst thing? It's alive. It's got to eat its way out.
Eating its way out.
Baby got to eat dead babies. Meanwhile, Victoria can come in here and say, it's women's reproductive health and it's not murder. You're all ridiculous.
Yeah, you missed. First just say how do you get dead babies into a truck? Then you say with the pitchfork, and then what's worse than a truck full of
dead babies, a live one eating his way out there.
What smells worse? What smells worse? Victoria's bathroom with 3 cat litter boxes, or an abortion doctor's house?
Oh shit!
Oh man, it's funny because it's true.
And I know, John, you're Jewish.
No, my mother's not Jewish. My father is Jewish. My mother's gorgeous. I'm a cashew.
Okay. Why did your father eat your mom's pussy?
Why?
It's close to the gas chamber.
Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Oh shit.
Because after you're done with that breast and that thigh, only thing left to do is stick your bone back in that greasy box.
How to keep a nigga at home? How the welfare check on his boots? Oh man, these old school jokes, I love them.
You know, they say that Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, their divorce was actually a strategic move to protect their assets.
Yes.
Why?
Because it separates them. It separates them. If he's brought up on charges and these Epstein files come out, well, she gets to keep half of it.
Oh yeah.
The same thing with Bezos when he dipped. His wife dipped, same thing.
Well, why the fuck would he marry that woman, that fished out face? He could have had any woman in the world. Why the fuck did he marry that woman?
Yeah, now all the plastic surgery she's gotten, like she was reasonably attractive. Now she looks like a freak show.
I don't understand. I mean, he kind of has a strange personality. Like, he doesn't seem like he's, I don't know. There's something strange about him as well. But Bill Gates, in my opinion, and what he has done and concocted and is still continuing to concoct, even with this a produce spray and vegetable spray that they want to coat all the produce. He's like an mRNA obsessed psychopath. He is like mRNA spike protein, smoothies in the morning. He shits spike proteins. This guy is just like an insane chemist psychopath.
Well, you heard he wants to vaccinate cows so their farts don't emit as much methane for climate change.
Nothing. I'm telling you, nothing. The one thing you can expect and continue to expect is nothing burgers. Even especially with this Trump.
Going to come from the investigation of John Brad.
God, I hope so.
Well, I put it in the link, and I put the link in the chat. There was a convention they have this yearly where the Chief Justice meets with all the Chief Justices of the district courts, and they discuss things like how is the court system? Are you getting bogged down? What kind of, logistical things? And Judge Boasberg, the one who told Trump to turn the plane around midair, they asked the judge, and I'm trying to remember how they said it, but basically there's a memo going around where Boasberg and a number of other judges asked Roberts how they could, they were concerned that Trump would be, that Trump would not obey his rulings once they made their rulings, that he would ignore the courts. And now Roberts said in a kind of fatherly tone, hey, don't worry about it. Trump is very respectful, and on top of that, Trump has obeyed every court order that's come down since he's taken office. But what it shows is first of all, judges are not supposed to be discussing cases with other lawyers or judges. It's against the law. And number two, they are supposed to be, not only are they supposed to be ruling fairly, which they've now expressed, some of them have, like Boasberg, have openly admitted now that they have a bias. But there is a part of the legal doctrine in this country is that a court is supposed to presume that elected officials are following the law. And that there's another legal, Abby should be here, but there's another part of our legal system that says that if there's an action taken by a politician or an elected official, and one can be interpreted as constitutional, but the other can be interpreted as unconstitutional, you should assume that the elected official is acting constitutionally. And these judges now, it's a memo that was some reporter got a hold of it. How, I don't know, but it shows these district court judges have a clear bias against Trump. And what
was Roberts appointed on the Bush?
Say that again?
Was Roberts, he was appointed on the Bush, right?
Perhaps, but Roberts isn't the one doing this. No, KP, Roberts isn't the one doing this. It was the lower court judges, the district level judges, well, not all of them, but some of them. There were like 30 there total. So maybe 10 of these district court judges, obviously from liberal states, sent this memo to the Chief Justice Roberts saying, gee, gosh darn, we're worried that Trump is going to overthrow is not going to follow the Constitution and ignore our rulings. And Roberts told them, don't worry about it, boys. Don't panic. Everything's okay. And when you look at all of these rulings and filings, Trump has followed every directive, has appealed things. He's following the law. So all of these, this whole narrative that Trump is going to be a dictator, that he's trying to overthrow the Constitution is absolute bullshit on the part of the left. Trump talks a lot, Trump trolls, Trump talks a lot of crap, but when it comes down to it, what he does, his actions, is he is following the letter of the law, 100%. He is not ignoring
Alan, it's these judges that don't obey the Constitution.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that Boasberg judge, the whole thing with whatever that gang member was, not Garcia, but the other one. Trump they put him on the plane. The plane went to Venezuela, I think it was. So the Boasberg, had a hissy fit because he couldn't have his way. Trump appealed it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court told Boasberg, no, you're wrong, Trump was right. And then Boasberg said, well, I'm holding him in contempt of court anyways. And under that, ordered Trump to bring the guy back. And that's how he was able to finagle it. But the Supreme Court keeps telling these judges, hey, you're out of line. This is bullshit. You're interpreting the Constitution the wrong way. And they keep ignoring them. Unfortunately, they're full of shit.
Man, I love when Alan just go off real. I love it.
You know, Stephen Miller.
This is like 2001, Alan. Don't give a shit.
Oh,
Welcome back, brother. Welcome back.
Yeah, no, I never gave a shit. You know, that's one of the benefits of being older.
Did you see the video? What's her name? Ketanji Jackson, or what's the African American female Supreme Court name?
Ketanji, KJ.
I don't know if you saw. Did you see? She's like a theater child. So there's a video of her. Did you see her singing in like Wicked or something? It's so cringe and bizarre.
Oh yeah. Have you seen the word count?
Yeah, I saw that.
Like they added up all of the opinions by the various Supreme Court justices, and like it's either the average or the total, and like all the other judges, it's like 2,000 words, and her in their either dissents or their rulings, and hers she's like at 15,000. It's hilarious.
You know, John, what was that chick that's right outside York District? It was getting crazy. What was her name? Black girl.
Fuck, she's out of the news now because she got out of office. I can't remember her name off the top of my head anymore.
That was a
She
fucking
was a
wild story.
psychopath. Total psychopath. She's
She
just
had
crazy.
2 different jobs with the municipality and the city or some shit.
Oh, Tiffany Henyard.
Man, yes, thank you.
Yeah, that bitch
Crazy
is
as
a
hell.
psychopath.
If you guys want to go look at
She got the psycho stare. She got the psycho stare, yeah. She's a total psychopath.
Did she get arrested or?
She caused a fight, but she didn't get arrested.
She got run off.
She got voted out of office.
Yeah, they had to run off.
And they had Lori Lightfoot, our bullshit mayor, do a forensic accounting and auditing, and then she gave a speech saying that she was buying $200,000 worth of personal shit on Amazon. You know, the thing that really pissed everybody off was her attitude and personality and how her shit don't stink. She's just a psychopath type person.
Lori?
No, not Lori. Tiffany Henyard. Lori, you know, at least, you know, Lori was a corporate lawyer for, you know, like 20, 30 years. She's still practicing. She's married to this like 7-foot Ashkenazi Jewish woman, and they have an adopted child. And people who worked for her said that she was the biggest cunt and bitch they had ever met in their entire life. She was a total impersonal, nasty cunt. That's what I heard.
You want to hear a real story?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to hear a real story? Lori. Please. Oh, sure. Since you said it, I'm going to tell it. Been an asshole all my fucking life. We are second cousins. Been an asshole all our lives and been a fucking dyke. Been excommunicado from the family. Absolutely. If you go and look up their lineage, fucking communists like a motherfucker. That's what she does. She's got that other side of the line. We don't fuck with her. We don't speak her name at all. We see you, we spit on you. We don't fuck with her.
Yeah, Karen, did you see Karen Bass? She was like a former communist organizer.
I hate her.
She's another one. I don't know where these people come from and how they keep getting
But
elected.
she used to be a nice looking, when I was young, she was a nice looking lady, but I don't know what demonic force got to her. We just stopped communicating with her. If you go research that whole Lightfoot line, you know, we kicked the motherfuckers out the family tree. Get the fuck out of here.
She's a special one, and I mean, it's a miracle that she won. And she ran against Tony Preckwinkle, who's been head of the Cook County government for like 20 years, and she's another one. and how these people maintain their power. I think it's election fraud. And why we have Brandon Johnson in Chicago, it's got to be election fraud. If you look at the chart and the overlays, you're like, how are all these people in the South Side voting? I don't think a lot of these people even vote. So it's ballot harvesting and it's Democrat control. It's a political cartel that runs Chicago, and they've been doing it since like the 50s and 60s. I mean, they control it. It's their shit.
It was the same way like Detroit was like that for a long time, and they still shit. You know, crazy. These inner cities are fucking nuts, man.
That former head of Chicago Public Schools, Barbara Burke Bennett, she's still in jail because she was had multi-million-dollar scams with my former dean from high school, who started a for-profit like executive leadership education curriculum bullshit corporation, and she was also involved in textbook scams in Detroit. Like, education has so much funding, and 50-60% of our property taxes go to education. There's so many grifters and fraudsters in education. It's as sickening as Medicare and Medicaid and the entire medical industrial complex. The educational industrial complex in this country has to be one of the most dangerous elements of our fucked up society. AKA teachers unions and all these bullshit educators that do babysitting and facilities management and no education. You ever notice how 60 to 80% of the entire population is looking at their phone nonstop wherever they're at?
Yeah, it's a bad addiction.
I mean, how are these kids in junior high and high school like ever going to get an education if they're just chronically looking at their cell phone all the time? Like, everybody's brain has got to be cooked.
Bad GPT can answer everything for them. It's the future.
I don't know if there will be future. I mean, at 37 trillion, 40 trillion, 50 trillion, McZed on here, he works in debt resolution and management, and he claims that there's going to be a debt jubilee and we don't have to worry about the future. He could be right, and there's some type of debt resolution and it just disappears and only appears in terms of inflation. But if it doesn't, and we get crushed with inflation and paying back a debt, how crazy is it that, like, after a war, there's war, debt resolution? Like, Germany had to cough up, all this money after the Versailles Treaty, had to cough up all this money after World War II. But supposedly with the Marshall Plan, we funded it all. My point is, how the fuck in this country, how do we get over this, like, nonstop borrowing and spending? Politically and organized, and what are the actual benefits of doing it versus not doing it? Is it just a question of where the money goes, or is it a question of how much we're going to create in new debt? Like, what's the optimal balance and solution without this new Green Deal shit and all the other fraud and wasteful spending?
I think it's going to take a crisis because they have the automatic increases to all the departments, and that stuff's codified into law. So I don't think there's any way to rein it in until we have like some serious crisis that occurs.
But a crisis just spurs more debt. And the HEROES Act in March, a great idea. So crisis just creates more spending. I mean, what we have to do is stop doing, and we have to cut by like $1 to $2 trillion, just to start. I mean, otherwise it just keeps going up. And at one point, $1 trillion plus for debt just for interest, plus $1 trillion for national defense. Like, people got to take cuts. I mean, it can't just be perpetual economic growth just by borrowing. I mean, you could say that it's our greatest strength that we have this ability, and it fucks the rest of the world who is mixed in with us. So I'm just playing devil's advocate because I really don't know what the optimal solution is. It could be that we can just continue, we just keep borrowing, ad infinitum, because if Washington, D.C. doesn't get, invaded and overrun by some foreign enemy, it is a Ponzi scheme, and we as the American people are the greatest beneficiaries of this Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, but the problem is that it just, you can say, well, the money will never run out, but at a certain point, the debt will overwhelm us to the point where we're spending trillions of dollars just to pay something that, pay for things that we used 30 years ago.
Well, then it's like a strategic bankruptcy. You run up the credit cards as high as you can before you default.
John, I would say war.
Yeah, you could say war. But if you look at historical precedents, World War I, World War II, I would say World War II. It's so hard to say if World War I, World War II aren't just like one successive event.
I want you to hear this. War, everybody forgets about anything. They just gonna keep tricking us.
That's the distraction. I was watching television today, and I'm like, God, this is such a fucking huge distraction to like the real big problems. But people are just so mesmerized by pictures and videos, and it's all just one giant hypnosis to make everybody stupid and not realize that there's a crisis and people shouldn't even be patriots. But what I'm saying is, if there is war, China might be smart enough to know not to fuck around and find out. But we're already in war. For Christ's sake, it's like been 24 years of nonstop war, and shit is still super hot. Ukraine and Syria and we're already entangled in like 5 to 6 different battlefronts. Trump has dropped more ordnance.
What's the second war? We should have never gotten to the Cold War bullshit. That was dumb.
That shit's wild. I'm born in '82, but the amount of money that this country invested in the Cold War is insane. But supposedly we won. The collapse of the Soviet Union, could have essentially prolonged a nuclear war. So, a nuclear war is still real. Some people on this app don't think that Russia has nuclear weapons. I think they're stupid to think that they don't have nuclear weapons. The Russians are extremely intelligent and technologically advanced, and there's no way that they don't have advanced nuclear weapon systems.
They always have those.
Yeah. I remember when the war in Ukraine started, people on the left were saying, oh, Russia isn't that big. It isn't a superpower. They're going to fail. Downplaying, like ignoring the last 100 years of history. It was ridiculous.
Maybe John, you might be a lot younger. We had Molotov over there. He was fucking wild.
There's a lot of rabid Russian haters on this app. Sycophants when it comes to hating Russia on this app.
And the thing is, when the Soviet Union collapsed, we won. They're supposed to be our friends now, right? But no. I attribute it all to when Trump said in that speech, hey, maybe we need to get Hillary's emails or whatever. And he said, Russia, are you listening? It was like a joke. And the Democrats, went crazy. He said that, and it was after that, the whole Russian collusion thing, and the Steele dossier, and on and on and on, and Russia became the bad guys. we don't look. Russia does plenty on its own that people can criticize, but it was, it's nothing like the way Democrats ran with it.
No, and I still have that, So what? When Hillary found out the skinny was in the numbers.
I don't know if you follow Macron at all, but I mean, Europe must be supplying a tremendous amount of weapons and advisors to Ukraine. I mean, this really is like a World War III, but not labeled as a World War III. I mean, it is most definitely a major global conflict that is not going away because Europe, like Trump just said the other day, he's like, I'm amazed at the thirst for war with these European allies and partners of ours. He's like, they blow me away how aggressive they are. So, this whole thing is in many ways about bringing down Putin's government and regime changing Russia. That doesn't seem to be going away.
I haven't checked, but there's a website. It's called, and it shows all of the military action going on in Ukraine. And it shows the territory that Russia has, shows where their forces are. It hasn't changed in 2 years at least. I mean, there's no movement, and still they want to spend billions. In the meantime, Ukraine is getting decimated. Yeah, they might have a drone attack in Russia now and again, but no, they should. Trump was correct when he first got into office. But Zelensky was, too stupid to take the deal.
He's a dancing gigolo and a comedian and an actor.
Your eyes and goddamn eagle's ass. You fucked him.
Zelensky is the
high as shit.
He's the problem. He's the problem. I mean, even that Oval Office meeting, that was wonderful.
That's all you are.
He's constantly scratching his nose, doing powders. I mean, the guy is probably the greatest risk to global national security on the planet.
I agree with that. And also the hooker from over in Italy. She's sitting there wide eyes like this bitch is high as hell, dude. Just sit there and watch it. High as hell.
I mean, how is this guy leading the charge against Russia? They don't have open elections. He can't lose his position. He's fully backed by CIA. Did you see the reaction in the Oval Office when Trump said he was going to send weapons?
Fucking retarded.
What's the current CIA? Ratcliffe? That's the new CIA director. When he said he was getting more weapons, he looked up in the air and was like, thank you, God. And Pete Hegseth was like, just looking coldly, like empty, like, what the fuck? There's a difference between the Pentagon and the CIA.
We need to stop doing fuck that Iron Dome shit. We don't even have one here in the States.
I think that's a waste of money too. But you ask other soldiers and veterans, and they think it's a viable investment. I think it's ridiculous.
And when Trump had that long conference, he was walking across the yard. He said, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. These motherfuckers are going to fight for thousands of years. Fuck them.
You know what Trump needs? Trump needs to issue the American people Liberty pistols and, 100 rounds of ammunition. If you voted for him, you should get a custom-made Trump pistol, a revolver, and a check for $10,000.
So as you play your fucking finger off, what I got you.
I'm just saying, arming the population, educating the population is our greatest defense against foreign invasion and foreign wars. I mean, the military-industrial complex has to have their revenue growth quarter by quarter. I mean, we're still making tanks that will never be used. I mean, we're probably still putting them out by the tens of thousands annually. Like, it's insane. We manufacture shit we don't even need. Listen, Barack Hussein Obama's biggest backer and the guy that got him into the White House was Crown. I don't know if you know who he was. He died in a NASCAR accident driving a race car. But that multi-billion-dollar family they're one of the largest defense manufacturers in the country, and they do nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, nuclear-powered submarines. They do everything. Yeah, it's the Crown family.
Oh shit. Well, he was already multi-wealthy.
It was his father, and but he died tragically in a car accident. That's the problem. You can be a billionaire, but if you're going to go buy that wine estate in France and you fly a helicopter over and you crash, there goes your billions.
Well, his stepfather was very wealthy. Very wealthy. He was in the nation, and he was a straight killer over there. He took over the fucking government. Very wealthy man. His mother was a fucking playboy bunny. Fuck around and find out. Don't talk about it.
This is the biggest wealth transfer in human history. $37 trillion from 9/11 to COVID-19. I mean, the military and big pharma and everybody associated with it made more money in human history than at any other time in American history. The PPP loans were $1 trillion giveaway. Do you know how many fucking tens of thousands of people in this country took out huge fucking loans from the government and never repaid them? They can't crawl. They probably crawl back like 1% of all the fraud. The next battlefront is definitely going to be Syria. It is so crazy because Trump says that these rebels that took over the country were backed by Turkey, but he leaves out Saudi Arabia from that discussion. Meanwhile, the Israelis are bombing the shit out of Syria and attacking these Islamists because now they're worried that there's going to be another Islamist stronghold, to the north of them, and it's going to be even worse than Bashar Assad. But the fact that Bashar Assad got regime changed like overnight in the news, and everybody's just like, wow, fucking unbelievable. Like, can't believe that happened. But, this is the thing about war is it knows no boundaries and it goes on forever. And I don't know if you saw how the Israelis blew up that federal building and that government building in downtown Damascus. And, the news reporters were like fucking jumping out of their seats because I think they might have been in one of those associated buildings. But, I mean, this war is not ending. And Israel is not afraid to apparently make any type of strike. Like the attack in Iran, the attack on Syria, like these things are unbelievable that Israel is even doing these things. And they're not going to stop. So this is like a war that has months and years ahead of it. And that costs a lot of money. And, we're not going to stop spending. But, the Middle East is hot, and Ukraine and Russia is hot, and it's just not going to cool. This is like perpetual war, and it's fucking flabbergasting that it's never going to stop.
Didn't Israel just strike Syria?
Yeah, you didn't see those big the big government offices in downtown Damascus and that roundabout get blown up?
I missed that part.
Holy shit, it was a major attack. Like, it wasn't just like one rocket, it was like a huge detonation. And the leader of Syria, Shah, or whatever the fuck his name is, he just met with Macron and they were doing some body language analysis on him. And he looked very angry and very upset with Macron because their asses are getting blown up now in Syria. That's the thing about these liberal rooms, you know, they're very critical of everything, and there's no. I've never met anybody involved in a peace movement in this country, like an actual peace movement. But everybody has their positions, and their politic. But I've never met anybody actually interested in like a sincere peace movement. I've never seen peace protests. Everything is.
John, can you hear me? So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we hear. That's a good
Another one was, did you look up who Lowell Secure was?
No.
Mm-hmm. Look it up. Crazy shit.
See, that's the thing about liberals and Democrats. Basically, they're communist socialists who don't care about the debt, and they know, but will never discuss the Federal Reserve and borrowing and spending. Everything is you're cutting Medicare, Medicaid for 7 million people. Okay, those people aren't even citizens. Okay, there's a huge amount of fraud in the system. These Democrat liberals are so polarized politically, they can never discuss any actual analysis of the situation, the government, the finances. It's just politic all the time. They're not pragmatic. They're not intelligent enough. They're just so fucking brainwashed that it's like they can't look at a balance sheet. They can't look at an income statement. They can't do any basic math and accounting. And, you know, they don't live in reality. The AOCs, the Mamdanis, Bernie Sanders, they're the biggest hypocrites and the biggest frauds amongst us. And the fact, if Mamdani wins New York City and he's not arrested on like the 1954 Communist Control Act, I mean, if Trump doesn't take like executive decision action and basically stop Mamdani from taking control of New York City, like that will begin the fall. And I don't know. I mean, we'll be cucked and basically Islamicized and invaded, and no longer the United States of America. That'll be the beginning of, could possibly begin the beginning of some type of downfall or something. I mean, not being hyperbolic. I don't think he's going to win. I mean, he probably isn't going to win. But anyways, you see what I'm saying? Like, Trump needs to make this the biggest turning point in American history. Like, this should have been our 2000. Instead, we got sold a bill of lies on 9/11, and it fucked us in the ass, and we're essentially pulling the dildo out with Trump. And Trump needs to take that dildo and smash every living goddamn traitor in our midst over the next 3 years.
He does, but I don't know if he will. I don't think he's really the wrecking ball we all wish he was. I think he's great, but he plays ball with the insiders too much.
I don't know. You're probably right. I get the feeling like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just impossible to think that one guy can achieve, you know, like like huge ambitious reconstruction goals or something like that. But I just don't think there's the manpower to do what needs to be done unless he's really willing to go extreme, which means essentially removing habeas corpus and using the United States military to do the mass deportations. Because we may have a secure wall, but if he does amnesty, I mean, you know, I don't know if it's the worst thing in the world to do amnesty. If we can secure the perimeter and cut spending and do re-education and amnesty for whatever percentage of viable candidates to become citizens, you know, and they can pass a test. You know, you actually have to pass a real test. I don't know, there's a lot of ways to, like, you know, to do real things that, because the manpower and the capability isn't there. Like, when a plant or a tree has already grown, like, the excavation work is, you know, difficult to do. And I don't know if it's feasibly possible, but anyways, This is just late night political ramblings.
Yeah, no, it's looking like at best you can deport 3 million illegals. You know, that's far shy of at least the 10 million that Biden left in, but there's probably 20 to 30 million illegals here, upwards of 30 million, I think. He won't be able to get them all out, but I'm just hoping that the Overton window is pushed a little further to the right. Like right now, the American people resoundingly support it. So this is a big change, something that's taken decades to get to this point where just the American people support it. So it's like, you know, take small victories and stack them up. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. And Trump could be the Nixon, and we're still waiting for the next Reagan to come along after Nixon. We might have to go through Jimmy Carter to get there.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I still have great hope for Trump's second administration because he knows so much more the second time around. This V2 version, I think you haven't even seen it really like deploy its wings and go hypersonic. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of preparation and setup to do whatever programs and projects he's planning on doing. You don't just, you know, rush right into it. I mean, you take your time, you do a thorough analysis, and you spread it out, and you don't rush whatever he's planning on doing. But, you know, I mean, in terms of like American history, like if he does something big, I mean, when I saw Netanyahu, you know, tell him that he nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize, I mean, to me, that's like funny. That's almost like a troll and comedy, but at the same time, you know, a little ridiculous and kind of cringe, but still nonetheless funny. Like, there's a lot of funny aspects to his, you know, presidency. But I mean, if you get your head almost blown off by Matthew fucking Crooks, and you expect that Democrats and deep state operatives are responsible, and your own Secret Service, you know, was compromised, I mean, for fuck's sake, like, this is enough. I mean, I don't know about you. Like, if you were in his shoes, wouldn't you be even crazier? Like 100 times crazier, and would have done arrests already and would have made it your one fucking priority to make this the priority of every American? Like, there's a lot of things he hasn't done. That's why I'm saying maybe this Epstein thing is a problem for him. And, you know, and he is co-opted. I mean, who knows? People get compromised.
I'm optimistic about it. I just think it's the heavy lifting. He's laying the groundwork for the next guy or group to come in, be able to really push the change that we need. It's going to have to happen incrementally. I just don't believe it'll be like a revolutionary change. If all he does is change the direction of the illegal immigration, he takes out Act Blue, and he you know, neutralizes the Democrats' power come by 2030, because they were looking at trying to count all these illegals in the 2030 census, and they're trying to set themselves up for another 10-20 year run of Democrat control. If he can prevent that, that'll give enough for, I hate to say it, but probably the Palantir group, whoever they end up putting in there, taking over the Republican Party, because these old guys are about to die off. The Mitch McConnells, they're out. They just can't survive it any longer. And a whole new group of elites are about to come in to power in the next 15 years. And we got to pray and hope they don't continue the madness for themselves. But you never know. They get into it with good intentions, and then greed sets in.
See, I think Palantir is a little bit like a scam. I've been in massive federal facilities hearing Palantir pitched by key executives in the government. So you have government employees pushing Palantir on government employees. Everybody wants to make money with these elite pedophile, psychopaths. I mean, I don't know if you like, Peter Thiel. I mean, sure, he's intelligent, but when you think that he's an elite homosexual having sex with young men, and Palantir has gone to 100 billion, $200 billion market cap off of federal contracts. I don't know. That's just me. It's like, you can't really sell me on anything, sir. Like, I don't like him. To me, he's one of those zombie type of guys. Something strange. It's not something strange about him. Like, the guy has a major corporation and a major. If the IRS gives over all of the American data to Palantir, or if they already haven't, and that data is already available, I don't see him being a friend to the Republican Party. I mean, he's mercurial and he'll shift left. I mean, because if one thing is true, these Democrats get bought nonstop by whoever has the money. So, I mean, Palantir to me is basically a net negative for the American people.
No, I don't like them, but to replace you, the only way to replace elites is with other elites, and the Republican Party doesn't really have. I mean, their donor class is awful. These people aren't like quote unquote true believers or anything. These aren't like patriots. They're very transactional. So there isn't like this right wing true believers like what the Democrats have that are major donor class. So we're kind of, unless another group comes along, I mean it's going to revert. The Republican Party will revert back either to the Bush wing, or it's going to be this new J.D. Vance Palantir wing that gets in there. So I don't really see another, unless you're aware of another group of elites that will be able to dominate the Republican Party and then take control of the country.
Yeah, it's like a combination of banking and technology elites, because Jamie Dimon and the CEO of Goldman Sachs and Wells Fargo and every major, and the hedge funds like Citadel. I mean, these mega donors like Ken Griffin. It's an amalgamation, and then you have Mark Zuckerberg. So it's and Musk. So it's like a combination of communication versus banking, in terms of like the donor class. But I think to say that like the Republican Party doesn't have its elites and doesn't have its billionaire donor class, it's no fucking way, dude. I mean, like everybody who backed Trump and George Bush, I mean, are technically, that donor class. And then there's people who would still shift over, but it's a brand. And so you do get patriots that come out of the woodworks and want to give this money, like Elon Musk and his, what was it, 300 million he did for Trump, or was it 200 million or 100 million? But anyways, I'm just saying, when the time is right, patriots arise. That's the philosophy.
Everybody's still around, huh? Apparently. Yeah, we had our Soros, and they ran them off. Elon Musk, that was the last time we were having great victories. I hate to say it.
Well, just buying X was the biggest contribution he could have made, because that opened up the censorship pipeline. And this app, surprisingly limited censorship. But X, at Twitter, wildly controlled censorship from the White House, and FBI and CIA employees embedded at Twitter. I mean, their own back channels and an incredible censorship campaign, especially with regards to COVID-19, the vaccines. But all political communication was being censored, and the fact that X opened up, I mean, I think that that definitely changed the herd psychology and got Trump into office.
No, for sure. Because do you think Musk will come back around?
I don't know. I saw a news article that said his approval rating with Americans is only at 25%. He still has weekly recorded meetings now on X under Adrian Dittman, and you know it's you know he's got the money. I mean, unless his Tesla stock depreciates significantly, he's always going to have the money to back somebody. But supposedly the American Party is just a super PAC. I mean, I'm going to try to fucking get money from it, but he's blocked like 15 of my X accounts because I tag Adrian Dittman all the time. He's got a lot of money, and you know he's an eccentric person.
I don't know, it's hard to think about what it'll be like after Trump, but they'll be thinking about it here soon.
Listen, Eric or Ivanka could clean up. I mean, it's a family political dynasty now. It's a political brand dynasty. And, you know, they have essentially cornered the market on American political branding. The Trump political dynasty is essentially the new Kennedy dynasty. And they're saying Kennedy's going to run for president as well. I mean, that's a big political name to run for presidency.
But Marco Rubio does too.
Yeah, I don't know. Robert F. Kennedy's voice cracks so much still. It's like Rubio really is a great communicator. He did really good in those debates, I thought. I mean, shit, that guy is, you know, American bona fide history and political, you know, royalty himself at this point.
Yeah, I think he's recovered his image from the Gang of Eight, and so I'll never forget him doing that. But he's done pretty damn good as a Secretary of State. I got to give it to him. But yeah, I mean, JD's the debater. Yeah, the guy's good. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. I don't know. Republicans have just structural issues, though. Trump was able to do unheard of stuff by getting people to support him. Without Trump, the Republicans do not have a winning coalition. So the Republican Party needs to adopt Trump's platform is really the biggest issue. So it'll be interesting to see the turning point there. We could lead to many losses if you know, if we just revert back to the whole GOP. In most changes like this, the party adopts the platform and then moves forward with, well, this is the new brand. But the current group of elites in power of the Republican Party, they are just holding on and holding on and holding on. There's something that has to budge, and there has to be something in Congress that changes it.
If you listen to these Democrat rooms, do you know who their Democrat superstar is? Jasmine Crockett. They say, "Oh, that girl's got such energy, and she's so like." That's it. That's all they got. They got Bernie. They got AOC. S500. These Democrat leaders are the most ineffective leaders, but they have spam power. But to me, that's like artificial because it's like a lot of bot traffic. Their power is very paper tiger and illusory. It's just not real. But you know, it's propaganda. I mean, it's unbelievable what they're able to achieve. But I mean, even having Stephen Colbert pulled off of CBS, you know, that's like great news. I mean, these people. I mean, you're right. Like everything has to go back to Trump in his presidency, and then a successful turnover, um, or succession planning. I mean, like I'm sure that they're thinking about succession planning now. You know, that's Stephen Miller. I don't know if you like him or not, but to direct the course in many ways. I mean, I think he's, you know, very aggressive, and Trump needs loyal, aggressive advisors to carry out real programs and projects.
Oh yeah, he's the brain, man. That guy, he is really the. You know, this is the Stephen Miller presidency, kind of behind the scenes. He's the strategist. He's been with them since day one, and no, he is the type of guy that I just hope Stephen Miller's on whoever's the next, you know, front man. I hope Stephen Miller's there in the background because he can get this shit done for sure. It's just going to take time. It just doesn't happen overnight. Probably going to take another 10 years to get this thing straightened out. But I don't know. It's also going to take getting the Republicans on board. What the hell do you do when you get the Murkowskis and the Susan Collins? I mean, we got to change this party over. And we need a real electoral majority where we can just start jamming stuff through. Or it's all, I mean, just consider how many things are just temporary that Trump has put through. It can all just be reversed with the next pen of a Democrat. Not that the Democrats have all this power. It's just they can win on low turnout more so than the Republicans can. Because your Republicans are faced with where the Democrats were 25 years ago. We have a low propensity turnout type of voters, and you're going to see it in midterms. People are going to wonder why did we lose the midterms? Well, because we got all these people that just come out and vote in the presidency, but they don't come out and vote. They don't go and vote in the midterms, and it's like the whole roles have reversed in the last 25 years. So it's I don't know. There's just structural issues inside the Republican Party.
Well, then Trump has to. If you have no faith in the organization, Trump has to set new precedents and give the American people a big liberty back, whether that's income taxes, property taxes, or the ability to opt out and invest in your own private, investment vehicles and get out of the government system, as opposed to giving $1,000 to new children at birth. Like Trump needs to have some type of a visionary precedence and some type of visionary innovation in terms of like America, whether that's creating like an internal economic zone and building a super city. He's got to do something magnificent and magnanimous as a great leader, in the way that like a Roman Caesar would do some type of public endowment. If he just keeps focusing externally and running it, like a smooth, brain clean ship, I mean, it's not magnanimous enough. He has to do something that the Democrats have to stand at awe of and say, wow, this was truly a great man and an incredible decision and a worthy, triumph type operation. Like he's got to do something magnanimous that, he will firmly be cemented in the history of time for the American voter. I mean, and that every Republican can refer to as being some type of great liberty restored to the American people.
see that they're moving into action. But if we don't see that type of stuff, then you'll know it'll just be business as usual. That's the type of thing that needs to happen. There needs to be some serious accountability for some of those. I mean, what the hell has he got to lose? He's nearly 80 now. Can't get reelected again. And his base wants, he's been teasing us since his first election when he said he was going to lock Hillary up. You know, like the attachment, like I was been explaining this to Matt the last couple of nights. It's like this two-tier justice system, and Trump was going to be the retribution for the little man against the guy, you know, against the guy, right? That if he's got to follow through with that, if he doesn't follow through with that, I think it's lost. Like I think there's going to be a set group of voters that will never vote again. They'll feel like we had our guy, we had our chance, and he didn't wreck the system. He didn't strike the elites like we thought he was going to, and he teased us since day one about locking Hillary up, and now he doesn't deliver. So I mean, I think they're going to move on this stuff. I hope they are, and I think it'll get really good when the left starts crying. Well, look, he's a dictator. He's going after his political opponents. Well, hell, this is, I mean, his base wants this. And then we'll know real changes is, you know, we're moving towards real change if he actually follows through with locking some of them up.
I mean, it's got to be hundreds of people. The USAID fraud, it's been going on for so many fucking years. I mean, I don't even know if they have I don't know if they have the manpower, the availability to even bring these many charges against these many people. The Stacey Abrams $2 billion funding for her nonprofit that had $100 in it. I mean, these are like gimme arrest cases, you know, because the real punishment is the lawfare and dragging these people into court, and that bankrupts people. And the federal government is excellent at doing that. So why you can't bankrupt these people with the assets that they have and the people that they have at DOJ, or let alone IRS criminal tax investigation, you know, IRS police. What the fuck do these people all day? They shake down small businesses, go after these Democrat criminal nonprofit NGOs that took billions of dollars in USAID money and used for fucking salaries, do forensic accounting and get these people. I mean, I don't know, you know, IRS criminal investigations unit, put them to work. There's a lot of them in every single major city. So, you know, I don't know if they do just drugs and other tax evasion type investigations, but I mean, let alone Hunter Biden and his problems with the IRS and those two IRS whistleblowers that came forward. I mean, no repercussions, and he gets a fucking pardon. That was the only pardon that Biden signed, right? Was the only one. Unbelievable. And did you see how? Did you read that article about how the auto pen goes down, and that guy? He's a Jewish guy who was doing. I don't know if he was doing all the auto pen signatures, but the reply in the email, and you know how they word it. But
no, I didn't read it. Go ahead, tell us the story.
I can't remember his name, but anyways, it's just the response in the email that they would use to generate the auto pen. I can't remember the exact sentence they used at the end of it, but it's just interesting how, you know, how you do business in the White House, especially for a guy who, you know, is not all there. But it's like the White House is, you know, it's this huge organism with all these people, and you know, on X, Ivan Raiklin, the deep state marauder, he really has a problem with what's her name, Sherry Wiles, former Pfizer. I don't know what her VP or anyways, she's like Trump's, you know, number one basically, right? Isn't she his? Do you know who Susie Wiles is? Chief of staff.
Yeah.
So you know, she is like. I mean, if Trump is really tight with her and he has and loves her and has a great relationship with her, I mean, is there any other reason why she would be there unless he's, very fond of her? So it's like, how are all these people so critical of this woman and the power that she wields, I guess, in vetting? And, Laura Loomer has essentially fucked up a couple people now who are like Biden holdovers. So without Laura Loomer, all these deep state cocksuckers are still there. Fucking Laura Loomer has outed a lot of pieces of shit. So clearly, I mean, maybe it's too much for Trump to even think about and contend with because it's that big of an organization and he's got to have faith in it. But when Laura Loomer is doing the vetting, I mean, there's a problem.
Yeah, she has got a few. It's it is too big. That's the biggest problem. It's really too big. They need to sell off a ton of land. They need to close up a bunch of these organizations that are moving towards it. I think this is their time. But I really feel like he's not going to be able to finish the job. Like, the job is so big. It's kind of like when I lived in New Orleans. I remember them saying New Orleans was such a screwed up city that one mayor, even in an 8-year term, could never fix all the problems in the city. And, you just patch what you can while you're there and get accomplished what you can. And that's kind of what's going to happen with Trump. It's so bad that he doesn't have enough time to fix it all. And we're just going to have to, I'll be grateful if he just gets rid of a couple million illegals. I'll be grateful for it. Like, it's better than where we were. And he doesn't have to deliver 100% on every promise. I'm not going to be, all upset about it or anything like that. But it has to be a movement that continues to straighten this ship out, or we're going to go right back to the same shit again. Like, we still got to get from 2028 to 2030 to the next census, and then that's when the power will shift again. If he can ban the illegals being counted, they're challenging that now, getting that either a ruling overturned or pass legislation to make it where illegals won't be counted in the census moving forward. That's going to take a handful of seats from California and New York. And right away, that could be enough right there that gives the Republicans a much better chance to continue to win the presidency in the 2030s. Like, it doesn't take many. It just takes like about another 5 or 10 seats.
Yeah, I'm running in the 16th district of Illinois against Darren LaHood, and he's a vaccinologist, created $20 trillion in debt, and he's taken in $10 million plus from big pharma, big healthcare, and I'm just running as like a fiscal conservative against big borrowers and big spenders, but he's got $10 million to spend in ads. But what I'm going to do is try to organize debates with the Democratic candidates in order to get some publicity. So I'm going to try to get them to come on Clubhouse. I need somebody to moderate or do the debate. But I bet you these Democrats would agree to come on to a debate. But this guy has 10 million plus, and his father used to work in the Obama administration. And they're just a bunch of lawyers, but it's amazing how a lawyer can do so much business, in terms of lobbying and government involvement, even if you're in office as a congressman, either through families or just doing it. What is the clause, I guess, that supposedly prevents you from doing business as a congressperson or a senator? Do they have like an emoluments clause? And you have to be out of office in order, but because Trump got all of these reparations and paybacks from all these law firms that fucked with him with Russiagate, and he made them donate those hours and tens of millions of dollars, I guess, to pro bono work on issues that he wants, or I guess DOJ is just using them as contractors for free. Anyways, I'm trying to unseat this guy Darren LaHood in the 16th district, which is Rockford and Peoria, Illinois.
Good job, bro. Just keep pushing at him. So it takes a lot of courage to stand out there and do that. So appreciate it. Thank you for your courage.
Yeah, I mean, at $37 trillion, and the fact this guy goes uncontested, nobody's even going to run against this guy. There should be 30 people that apply to be a congressperson. It takes 15 minutes to apply on the FEC website. So that just shows you how unactivated and how uninvolved everybody is, whether it's Republican or Democrat. No, it should be a huge competition for these congressional seats, but it's not.
We like to sit around and talk about it. We don't really like to do anything in regards to politics, generally speaking.
There's a lot of political and news addicts out there. Everything on everybody's consumed with it, whether they admit it or not. I mean, if you're on X or Instagram and YouTube, you're gonna come across political content pushed down to you from MSNBC, Fox News, etc. I mean, I feel like this app in some ways got Trump, him and his wife did for Kennedy in terms of like their marketing campaign and how he turned all his voters over to Trump. And now he's, Secretary Kennedy, HHS. And I don't know if you saw, but Pfizer got like a new mRNA FDA approval. And he was unaware of it. They fired the guy that approved it. So he seems to be staying true to his, medicinal beliefs and the way that vaccine manufacturers prove that their products are safe and effective or within a certain threshold. So, I mean, if he runs for president, that will be like unbelievable, but is he the right man for the job? I mean, maybe not. I mean, don't you think that Trump's pick of J.D. Vance was didn't everybody say that was, he's grooming him to be the next, to be a future president or to be the next president?
Maybe. I mean, I think he might have the inside track. I think it was more someone that relates more to the MAGA or whatever brand and isn't so deeply and tied involved into Washington. He hasn't been there very long. So, I think it's still up for grabs. I think it'll be, come 2028. It would be interesting. I mean, would Kennedy run as a Democrat again? Because he was Democrat and then went independent.
That's amazing. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so I don't know if Kennedy would run as the Republican. That would be something else to see a Kennedy registered as a Republican. No, I like what Kennedy's doing with his position and everything, getting rid of the dyes and stuff. He's doing some great stuff. And when he exposed all the vaccine stuff recently when he was interviewed by Tucker, it's just all coming to light. And he's been right the whole time. His whole life, he's been talking about this stuff. So I do think Kennedy will get a lot done in these next 4 years. So it'll be interesting to I don't know how the power change will occur. A lot of people speculate on it, but I think it'll come down to the people voting for it. I bet we see just what happened in 2016. Like what you said for every congressional position, we'll see that again. And there'll be 15 to 20 people running for president in 2028, and they'll all be vying for Trump's endorsement. And I don't know what Trump will do. He might not endorse anybody and just let him have at it.
I don't know. He'll endorse somebody. That's just too valuable of an endorsement not to award on somebody, that he favors. He's very, he's genuine and authentic, and he loves this country. He's not gonna, pull a rug or anything. But wouldn't it be funny though if Kennedy does run as a Democrat and essentially trolls the Democrats and manages to get power of the Democrat Party because his philosophy is the true Democrat philosophy as opposed to this co-opted liberal, Marxist communist Democrat philosophy?
It'd be phenomenal. That's what we need is the Democrat Party to go through this come to Jesus moment where they have to face a classic 1990s Democrat. It would be fantastic coming off working in the Trump administration and then running as a Democrat would be something I've never seen before. That'd be phenomenal.
Do you think AOC is one of the most powerful? Is she the most powerful Democrat? In terms of star power.
No, I don't think she is.
A spicy Latina? Can you think of anybody more powerful than that who has an insane amount of followers?
Social media wise, maybe she is. Yeah, social media wise, but not on the Hill. She's not the most powerful.
But if she runs for presidency, that is it's pre-set up for success. Her platforms, her demographic. She is if you were to do sports book betting, she could probably have the best odds at a Democrat victory.
I didn't believe it when I started talking politics online about a decade ago, and I didn't believe there was so many people that were against having a female president. But there's a lot that just would write it off that they don't want a woman president. I don't know. I don't think I'll see that change here if she was. She's got to have the it factor, and she really doesn't. When she gets up on stage, her and Bernie's tour, she looks like a bumbling idiot out there. That it works well for her sycophants and for the true believers. But is she going to be able to get out? How is the optics of her getting out in front on a main stage where she's not just around, her choir? Because that's all we ever see her around. We see her around these real leftist, socialist campaign events and stuff like that. I don't think she'll whittle real quick in front of a real debate, or even if she has to go on, let's say, a Fox News interview or something like that. She hadn't done anything like that before. And if they're going to continue to wrap them in bubble wrap, we saw what happened with Kamala Harris. They wrapped Kamala Harris in bubble wrap because she has an awful personality. It just doesn't work to win. They did it with Hillary. Now, Hillary had the best chance out of all of them because of her name brand. But AOC, I don't think she would be able to actually win it.
So who do you think was the optimal pick other than Kamala and Vance and Joe to begin with? But Who would have been the optimum pick at that time for the DNC? Would have been Gavin Newsom, and who's his partner, or who would have been the optimal Democrat pick?
In 2020 or in 2024?
2024.
Because the only one that is the it factor, like the politician, and not that he has the support, but he has the ability to get up on stage and spin as Pete Buttigieg. He's the only one that's like a real politician. He's a polished politician.
Yeah, but can the American public stomach seeing two men? No fucking way.
No, not at all. No, he's the only one that's like a real. I mean, Newsom, he's your, he'll say anything to get elected. Newsom, that's the one advantage he has.
He's like a Beto O'Rourke or something. They're kind of like the same type of, grifter.
Yeah. And Newsom plays to whatever audience he's in front of. He wants to be liked by everybody. So, I bet Newsom makes a big run at it for it this next time around. I think he'll have the California money behind him. So, I would be worried about him to a certain degree. Not that he's good at it, but he's smooth enough that I would be concerned if he got the nomination. I think he'd give any Republican a run for their money for sure.
I just find it amazing that Democrats can't essentially run on like a Ron Paul fiscal conservative policy and claim that the whole system is bankrupt and demand for dramatic reforms because they're so fucking dishonest. They can't actually talk against the borrowing and the spending because they just want to borrow and spend. Like it's horrific how they can't actually be honest with their communication because if they were, they could possibly win, but they can't because they're so fucking criminally, they have so much criminal intent, and they are just a party of no morality, no ethics, no virtue. It's just that Kamala and Tim Walz. I mean, a pair of fucking, horrifically immoral, dishonest people, and their children and what their whole careers are just like beyond despicable.
Yeah, if the Democrat Party could actually govern and be honest, that we would have probably dealt with easily a 16-year to maybe even 20-year span of the Democrat Party rolling out of Obama. They were so far ahead after George Bush. In 2008, when Obama won, the Democrats had 60 senators. I mean, I know you remember it. The Republicans were so far behind when Obama got elected. I was truly petrified, worried that they were just going to shove everything down our throat. And they did a lot, but they didn't do as much as I thought they would. The Republicans were good at dragging it out, stalling it out with Boehner, McConnell, and I do respect in that period that they were to some degree able to slow down some of what the Democrats. It was Scott Brown. When Scott Brown got elected, he took away that 60 senator. Kennedy died, and they had that special election. Scott Brown won the special election and took over the seat for like a couple of years or whatever, and was able to thwart that 60 vote. And oh man, I tell you what, that's where we started from. To see where it is now, and Trump's second term, we've made a lot of progress. I just hope we haven't peaked, though. is Trump our peak? That's what I'm concerned with. But a lot of politicians have died and passed on. Back then it was Harry Reid was in the Senate. Now with Nancy Pelosi falling out, Hakeem Jeffries is no Nancy Pelosi. So the Democrats, when they lose Chuck Schumer too, I don't know who the Democrats really have. It'd be another old guy. They don't really. There is the Democrats do not have a strong bench at all. I mean, who do you think it has the best chance? You already said AOC, but I mean, give another one, or even who do you think would be the leader of the Senate with Chuck Schumer?
I don't know. Who do you think would have been the better choice other than John McCain against Obama at the time? Like, who else was on the bench that could have served that role as opposed to John McCain?
Ron Paul. That was Ron Paul's year. But, I mean, obviously, he didn't have the momentum to get past being more than just supported by college students and stuff like that.
Yeah, he didn't have Trump's bombastic gusto. He was accurate in all his analysis, but he was not that powerful knight in shining armor who could tell Hillary Clinton, "You're going to jail." He doesn't have that type of personality. I mean, he's a family practitioner, delivers babies. He's a nice, gentle, humble human being, and thus that's why his philosophy and economic positions are more true to the American founding fathers and what they wanted this country to be, which is maximum liberation for we the people as opposed to debt slavery.
There was when I reflect on it, I mean, it was a different time then. There was this guy from Pennsylvania. I'm trying to think of his name. But he didn't have that. I mean, this was the era of nice politics. Republicans were just nice. They just got ran over. They shriveled up if they were called racist.
No.
And I guess we had to go through that to get to the Trump.
John McCain gave the presidency to Obama during those debates, like out of politeness. It was insane.
Oh yeah. When the worst was when McCain suspended his campaign. That was the absolute worst. The financial crisis happens, and McCain just all of a sudden says, "I'm going to suspend my campaign and I'm going back to Washington D.C. to be a senator." It's like, bro, if there was any time you needed to keep campaigning or get out there and be in front of the camera, it's like we're going to go into hiding, and it was like a couple weeks, a few weeks till the election. What a terrible decision that was.
People in Chicago, Obama came to Grant Park. I'm watching him on TV in my apartment, and his hope and change speech that touched a lot of people who wanted to end, forever wars, and wanted change, and they had hope in some type of a new, outcome, or basically, I think the war is what was on everybody's mind. And still 9/11, and just how what is happening here, like what is the desired outcome, and they thought that he was a hope and change agent. Instead, he himself is like a co-opted deep state agent who will do whatever he's told to do. I mean, every time his lips move, he's lying. Like when he came out on that red carpet and said, "We just dumped Osama bin Laden's body off the back of an aircraft carrier." In hindsight, do you believe what he said? I sure as hell don't believe what he said. And then that guy goes on Tucker Carlson and says he's getting blowjobs up in Gurnee, Illinois with that guy. It's like, okay, I believe a lot of this shit now. And so, talk about a fucking and now he's worth, 100 million, 300 million. I mean, talk about somebody who is an actor and a charlatan who gets to become the president of the United States of America, and his relationship with George Bush, his mother's relationship in the CIA. Like, there's so many things about him that just reek of like deep state plant, and being a proficient actor, and great gifted speaker to essentially pull the rug on the American people as a double agent of like an internal double agent. A lot of people were very suspicious of him, but there he is, an American president.
Larry Sinclair, will never forget it. Smoked crack, gave Obama a blowjob. That was a big deal when that came out. Yeah, Wayne Allen Root, he's a journalist for Breitbart. I think it's Breitbart, isn't it? Am I thinking of the right guy? Yeah, Wayne Allen Root. He's a journalist. He went to, yeah, he went to Columbia and is allegedly in the class, the graduating class that Obama was supposed to be in, and they went. So Obama has that's where he allegedly went for law school, was Columbia, and Wayne Allen Root is supposed to, like, that's his class, and he says he knew every single person, or knew of them, knew their name in that graduating class, except Barack Obama. Barack Obama was not, like, even though that's what his biography says, he doesn't, for the life of him, he can't, and he has spoken to 30 or 40 or 50 of his classmates, and no one actually remembers Barack Obama at Columbia. So it was certainly a fabricated story. This was prior to the social media and stuff. It was just the right timing. I don't know if they'd be able to pull it off again like that with Barack Obama, because there's a lot of questions to his upbringing, his raising, and things like that. If there's a definition of a Manchurian candidate, it's pretty damn accurate for Barack Obama. He was certainly what he sold himself as. Obviously now hindsight, it's 2020. It's easy to tell he was not what he sold himself as, and so many people recognize it today.
I did look at his and Michelle Obama's Wikipedia page once, and I'm going to look at it again, but it actually said that him and his wife worked at like this generic corporation after undergrad, and I think I clicked through it, and it actually said that was a known CIA front organization. So, like, I don't know if him and his wife were recruited right out of undergrad, but let me see what it says in his early life and career. In 1963, Dunham met Lolo Soetoro at the University of Hawaii. Anyways.
Yeah, Barry Soetoro. That's what he went by half his life.
In 1981, Obama made his first public speech calling for Occidental to participate in the disinvestment from South Africa in response to that nation's policy of apartheid. He graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in 1983 with a 3.7. After graduating, Obama worked for about a year at the Business International Corporation. That's the front group for the CIA, Business International Corp. A publishing and advisory firm dedicated to assisting American companies in operating abroad. It was founded in 1953. It organizes conferences and worked with major corps. Former President Barack Obama worked there as a financial researcher. After graduating from Columbia in 1986, Business International was acquired by Economist Group in London, and it eventually merged with the Economist Intelligence Unit. Business International was linked to the Central Intelligence Agency. It's right there on his fucking Wikipedia page. Isn't that wild? I'm literally not making this up. You can look at it. It's underneath college and research jobs. in his Wikipedia page. If you click through where it says Business International Corporation. I mean, the fucking guy became a CIA agent in '83 after graduating, supposedly.
That's wild.
I mean, ask any Democrat on this platform if Barack Obama's first job was with the CIA, and they'll say, maybe, motherfucker, I don't know. All right, this has been fun, and time for bed, so God bless, and I salute you, Patriot.
Same, bro. Take care. I'm gonna close this room out.
Okay, good night, everybody. Bye.